T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
She's got it. Yeah, baby, she's got it. Well, I'm your Venus. I'm your fire at your desire. Well, I'm your Venus. I'm your fire at your desire. She's got it. Yeah, baby, she's got it. Well, I'm your Venus. I'm your fire at your desire. Well, I'm your Venus. I'm your fire at your desire.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. So I know I told you guys, I think it was yesterday probably, a lot of people are going like, when is this going to end? Like, when is this downwards momentum going to end? And I said, Monday at the latest, Friday at the earliest. But you know what? You can't ignore the fact when the stock market's saying, I want to go, you can't ignore that. And as of this morning when I woke up, I started taking a look at everything. And stock markets right now, it's saying it's time to go back up again. We have futures set up right now looking like anywhere from like 0.5% to 1.1%. That doesn't mean that there couldn't be some volatility that would cause the market to swing the other direction, but there's other indicators that I see too that are kind of pointing towards an upwards day. The VIX is showing pre-market down 1.86. I haven't checked DXY yet. Let me just check that one real quick here just to verify it. DXY is showing down 0.43. So yeah, most indications here are pointing towards an upwards trend in the marketplace today. So I would expect that maybe we get a little bit of green. It might be a little sideways action. I know I saw Tim. Tim already said, so wait, are we done with the handle or what? What's going on here? Let's take a look at it, Tim, because there are two different stopping points that I had mentioned for this handle. There's a reason why past historical data shows you what it does. So let's take a look at this real quick here. On a 30-minute time interval, our cup that we've had from the past is this big, gigantic cup. And remember, this is AMC and Ape combined. A lot of you guys may be looking at this chart going like, I don't see this on AMC or Ape anywhere. It's because it's AMC and Ape price combined. Form this cup, and it's got this really we've supported at 1018 twice on both sides of the cup here. Usually in a cup and handle situation, the handle usually goes down to about half the distance, which would be roughly around, like, I think when I did the math before, it was like around 780. And you can see multiple touch points at 780. There's one over here in the cup, there's one here in the cup, and there's one over here in the cup. And actually, there's another one right over here. So 780 really is like a supported point. But notice this one little spot right here where the market set rejected price movement. And I told you guys, I said it could not go, it may not go all the way down to that 750 to 780 range. It might actually go somewhere closer to the top of this point, and there may be a very specific reason why price started running there and then pulled back. And sure enough, and by the way, the top of this, if we zoom in on this right here, the top is $8.37 is the top of that. So if we scroll over here to the side and we take a look at where we actually came down to, 837. Remember that number, 837. The low was 843. So we missed it by approximately 6 pennies. We missed that support point by 6 pennies. So that's really darn close. And so I think that's pretty acceptable. Who knows? Maybe at market open they go back down and actually hit right on target with 843 kind of range or something like that. I mean, it could happen, but I would suspect that based on the market movement for this morning, we'll probably be heading upwards with it. I don't see. I think it would be very difficult for them to continue to keep pushing this down. Another key factor to kind of consider too as well is GME hit SSR 3 days ago. 3 days ago, GME hit SSR. AMC hit SSR 2 days ago, and then yesterday Ape hit SSR. So they triggered SSR on all three of those. They can probably take a little bit of a run here, as they've probably been printing synthetic shares and have more liquidity to be able to control price movement as it's running. So we'll take a look at the rest of the numbers here in just a few minutes and see what they're looking like. If they dumped a ton of more short interest, then my guess is that they're kind of preparing to have shares available to loan for the future. So we might be seeing, little indigestion. Some of the little indigestion going on this morning, David. Yeah, that's definitely what that was. Dave, you should have seen it back in the yesteryears, way back when. I used to have indigestion so much worse on this channel, and it's a little bit better now. But yeah, still get the morning indigestion going on. So, but yeah, that's kind of how we're looking right now, guys. That's what I'm seeing. I think we might have a little bit of green today, but I wouldn't expect a whole lot. Remember Max Payne is. Looks like I just lost internet. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I can't clean this up for you guys. Give me a minute. Sometimes. Yeah, buffering pretty bad. Hold on one second. I'm trying to fix it. Give me a minute. Hopefully it should be improving here in just a second. All right, it should improve here momentarily. Just turned off all my peripherals. I was hoping I could not do that anymore. Ever since the power outage that we had, and then the internet outage, internet seemed to have improved a little bit, but maybe not necessarily the case. My wife got me coffee this morning. I am good to go. Let me know if it's any better for you guys. Hopefully you're seeing it a little bit better already. My hopes. It is time to clean off the glasses so we can take a look at these numbers, see what we got going on. It's a little choppy still. I've done everything I can from my end to try and make sure that that's fixed. I can't really do anything else other than just, I don't know, we could do a rain dance. What can we do? I don't know what we can do to make the internet any better, honestly. I check the bypass manifold. Yes, the warp engines are working just great. Roaster guy says you got to make the hamsters run faster, Casey. Need more plutonium. Oh man. I need to get my weather balloon up in the air and so I can get a little closer to the satellites. Is there such a thing as reverse spying? Can we send up weather balloons to check out the satellites instead of checking out the ground? I don't know if that's a thing. No data. I'm getting absolutely no data now. It says no data now, and then Brian Carpenter says better. That's the best part. That's the best part where it's my computer's telling me you're getting absolutely zero data now, and Brian goes, "Hey, looks good." Oh man, that's pretty funny. That's how it works. No connectivity means I'm running. All right, the glasses are. Oh no, they're not clean. Hold on a second. I still got a little smudge here. I think I laughed so hard on that. It's better that I spit on my glasses. There we go. No more spit. Ah, clean glasses. Ah, even. All right, let's see what we got going on here, guys. I'm going to give the two-factor authentication speech here. If you don't have two-factor authentication set up on your brokerage account, I would highly recommend it. It could help stop somebody from getting into your account, and it gives you a little bit of extra added protection. When you do set that up, oftentimes they let you have a secondary device that you can have the code sent to. Go ahead and do that because you never know when you're going to drop your phone in the toilet and not have access to your account. I'm also asking people to go ahead and start taking daily pictures of their portfolio and saving that picture into a folder somewhere. Hun, I don't know if I've told you this, but you should listen to me too. I've never actually talked to her about it, but now I'm sitting here thinking like, I don't really talk to her about this. I figure she just hears me on a daily basis and probably listens anyways. I don't know. Anyways, taking a picture of your portfolio and saving it in a file folder somewhere just in case something should happen. Your brokers do make mistakes. They're just like a bank. Bank errors have errors. Sometimes they're in your favor. Sometimes they're not in your favor. So go ahead and take pictures of that daily so that you know what's going on. If you don't have a whole lot of activity in your portfolio, you could probably get away with taking a picture once a week. But it just depends on you and how much protection you want to have or safety guards that you want to have in place. I'm going to go ahead and take you guys over to the other page here, and let's take a look at Roadhouse says, Fidelity, no proxy info yet, just an FYI. Thank you very much, Roadhouse. I'm not expecting it like right away. I mean, they just did the count yesterday, right? So they'll have the results probably submitted to DF King probably by the end of today, or not the end of today, but the end of yesterday. So we'll probably get them. I don't know. I would expect some people are suggesting that from the past we've seen up to as much as like 14 days before it actually comes out. So hold your horses. It's not there yet. But let's go ahead and take a look at what we got going on here for numbers. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, or questions for me until you see the big tramp. Alrighty, starting the top left-hand side, my price prediction yesterday centered around $8.80 as being the closing price of AMC and Ape. And lo and behold, our final total was $287 on Ape, and AMC was $572. We were at $859, meaning I was 21 cents off of the target too high. And so yeah, I feel like I did pretty decent yesterday. Not bad at all. Everybody I think got a point yesterday. I've got Eric was in at 819 to 1119. I had 730 to 1030. Apex had 775 to 1075, and Einstein had 788 to 1088. Everybody gets a price prediction tally point for the day. Happy Thursday, by the way, guys. Let me go ahead and enter in all these price prediction tally points. It's time for me to win a week here. I keep getting beat out by like pennies. It's like, it's really annoying. Apex has really been taking it to the team here. Although Einstein, I think, was the winner list last week. All right. True Demons, MOASS trigger indicators. Let's take a look at short interest or short exempt interest. What am I saying? Short exempt volume on AMC here real quick. Let's see what we got going on here. 661.8. A little bit higher than what it was the other day. Ape was extremely low. With SSR being triggered, I would expect it to be higher. I mean, it's going to be hard for it not to be higher. The numbers were so low yesterday that I don't even know how it couldn't be higher, quite honestly. So let's take a look at it. But it'll be even higher today, more than likely, just due to the fact that its SSR will be tripped for today as well. 174.7. Not very high, but I would expect by tomorrow morning when we're looking at these numbers, it's going to be much, much higher. Day-over-day price increase. AMC was down 7.44. And Ape was down 7.72. Oops. Let's take a look at that utilization. Utilization showing up at 100% for AMC. Let me just verify the date real quick. Showing February 8th, that is correct. We are now on day number 21 of 100% utilization on AMC. That's going to put us, let's see here. Oh, let's see. Ape is at 93.87, rising. 93.87. They're trying to avoid that 95% so bad. It's so close. Come on, hit 95%. I want you. I dare you. Let's see here. We're getting awfully close. We'll take a look at the rest of the Ortex data here in just a few minutes, but I can tell you already right now that the shares on loan for Ape is definitely up. Let's see here. What's next? Let's go to Max Payne. I already refreshed it this morning, obviously, because I talked about it. I had to check it out because I kind of had a I kind of figured that if it was at $6 still, the chances of us continuing to move down with all the market conditions that I'm currently seeing are not very high. So I refreshed it this morning, and sure enough, it came up at $6, which is what it is. Just refreshed it again. So yeah, I think that the idea that the $6 strike call or puts have probably been able to collect, and they can let the price start running a little bit here. And let's see here. Looking at off exchange, 64% combined between off exchange and CBOE EDGX is what I would expect to see on a normal any normal trading day. On AMC yesterday, we had 54.58%, and EDGX was 11.2 for a grand total 65.78, so 1.78 higher than what I would have expected. So not a whole lot of extra additional manipulation in suppression of price through that through those exchanges. CHX volume was 1.64% when the 30-day average is 1.66. That was definitely elevated, 515,000 shares. It's not more elevated percent-wise than the last 30 days, but let me just tell you, 515,000 shares is a lot. We haven't seen that in the past, and it's starting to become very consistent now. On Ape, wait a minute, are we still on the threshold list? Hold on a second here, let me look and see. Yes, AMC is still on the threshold list as of this morning. So yeah, it's becoming very, very consistent to see that they have closing out positions on a daily basis now. On Ape, off exchange was 53.87, EDGX at 8.69, the grand total 62.56. It's about 1.5% lower than what I would expect on any given normal day. So not a whole lot of price suppression compared to normal going through those exchanges. CHX volume was actually about half of what it normally sees on a 30-day average. GME CHX volume was definitely elevated yesterday. Their normal 30-day average is 0.38% of their total daily volume. They had 2.07%, so extremely high, almost nearly 7 times the amount. And it was just darn near 60,000 shares that went through there. Don't look at that. I know 60,000 sounds a lot less than 500,000, but don't look at it the same way. It's in reference to the total amount that's done for the entire day. So that number is really, really high. 60,000 shares. HYMC CHX volume was about half of what they normally see on the 30-day average. Taking a look at institutional ownership, 135.664 million is the value that we're seeing right now. 135.119 is the new value, a little bit lower. Remember, this is delayed reporting, guys. We're seeing the data from what happened in the fourth quarter that's being reported now. So these are not. I know it's easy to look at these numbers and go like, oh my gosh, that's terrible, and it is. It's not great. I don't like seeing institutional ownership down at 26.14%. But the thing you got to remember is this is fourth quarter data that's being reported here. And let's see here. What's the next thing? Actually, we should be getting the final data should be rolling in next week for fourth quarter numbers. Because they have 45 days to report before that's due. So let's see. Options. Highest amount of open interest as of yesterday for AMC was at a $6 strike. That is still the case. It went from 61.3 thousand contracts to 60.2. So we got quite a few contracts closed out day over day. For the puts, the highest strike is actually $5. It was 4 yesterday. So we're back up to 5. Yesterday at 4, there was 42.3 thousand contracts. There's now actually 42.2, so that dropped by 100 contracts. But the highest amount is at 5 now, and there's 43.5 thousand contracts. I'm sure they would have loved to have gotten those, perhaps maybe in some of those in the money. But I think Max Payne is going to rule the roost. Market suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between $5 and $6 before the end of the week, according to the options. Max Payne saying 6. So as you can well imagine, there's probably going to be a little bit of momentum to drive up the open interest for the calls before the end of the week is over. Be careful of those poop piles, guys. Be careful. Taking a look, actually, I'm going to give you a little bit of nice, soft, soothing music here while I move some screens around, and then we'll take a look at the rest of the data. All right. Well, we already looked at this earlier this morning, but for those of you who are just joining, the cup and handle pattern that we've had from combined price of AMC and Ape has kind of came within about 6 cents of seeing one of the first turnaround points that I felt we could have seen on the cup and handle. So I think it's kind of formed what could be the end of the handle. Which would have been right around like $8.36, but we hit like $8.43, something. I'm rounding numbers; it's close enough. But yeah, I think that we may have completed that and might be heading back up here. One of the first things that we're going to have to do here is break through some of the two levels of resistance. Heavy levels of resistance that we've seen from the past at 878 and 950. Our current added price together is 865. So we got a little bit of work here to get through those two. Once we break through 878 and 950, 1018 is going to be the next target. That'll be the next hard push through that we're going to need to see. Once we break past 1018, we're going to see this thing run quite a bit. And I can actually calculate that, but I probably won't calculate it out for you until after we've broken through 1018 and let you know where that top is going to be at. If you wanted to do it yourself, what you could do is you could take the bottom price of the cup, the top price of the cup, divide it in half, and add it to the top price of the cup. That would be the stopping point for the upwards momentum or thereabouts. Let's take a look at this Ortex data. Short share interest of the free float today is at 22.57% for AMC. Utilization, that's that 100% all the way across the line right there. And let's zoom in on this just a tad bit. On loan amount, increasing day over day from 175.97 to 178.65. So we're looking at about $700,000. Yeah, we'll just call it $700,000 increase in on loan amounts. Probably about 230,000 of that's probably in short interest. But let's take a look. Estimated short share interest of the free float showing in increasing from 22 point. Sorry, no, that's not right. Yeah, that is right. 22.39 to 22.57. So 18. Is that right? 18. Yeah, 18.18. Whoa. Whoa. That can't be right. That's got to be one too many zeros. They say 18. Huh. Okay. Well, I guess that can't be right. Something's not right here. This doesn't seem right. I mean, this is suggesting that they closed out a lot of short interest, more than what they actually returned on loan, which doesn't make sense. So I'm thinking my math is off here somehow. We went from 39 to 57, 17, 18. I'm not sure why my math is showing this, but Ortex is estimating 930,000 shares. Let me just check. Maybe it could be because we got an update on exchange reported short interest. Nope, that's not it. I don't know why that jumped as much as it did. It's actually, maybe my math is wrong over here on this. Oh, it is. That's why. It was more than $700,000. Okay, so now I understand why. Vortex is suggesting that it's 900,000 shares in short interest that was returned. I mistakenly misread the numbers on the on loan amount. We went from 175.97 to 178.65, not 176.65. So 2.7 million shares having been taken out on loan yesterday. My bad. Just fix that. And then we've got, let's see here, on loan average age per day. When you take out 2.7 million new shares on loan, should be dipping a little bit. Here it is, dipped from 104.39 to 103.14. This is a start of a dip. We need to see where the bottom of this dip ends, and then that'll kind of signify that an incoming price increase is coming. Security lending volume day over day was slightly up from 10.76 to 11.05. On Ape, short share interest of the free float now at 7.65%. Utilization 93.87, fractionally up higher. Zoom in on this just a tad bit. We went from 97.75 to 93.87. 93.75 to 93.87. Very small increase. On loan amount increasing ever more. 48.15 to 52.92. So 4.8. I think that's close enough. 4.8 million shares in new short interest. 4.8. That is a lot. That is a lot. Taking a look at short share interest of the free float, it rose from 7.36 to 7.65. And on loan average age per day has got to be dipping with 4.8 new million shares taken out on loan. And yet it is. It went from 15.83 down to 15.29. This has still not reached the bottom yet, still continuing to dip. Security lending volume day over day decreased by quite a bit. We had a lot yesterday of 20.3 million, and then yesterday it was 6.38. Orders by Fidelity customers, and it looks like the data is reporting for. Uh-oh. Those order amounts look like only the last 5 minutes. Yeah, or 4 minutes. This looks like only the last 4 minutes of the day yesterday. And I'm only looking for AMC, Ape, and GME. I don't see any of the three in the last 4 minutes for last minute settlements that they had for the day yesterday. AMC made the list all day long yesterday, and then had great buy sell ratios, so we were doing pretty good. SSR is off for the day today on AMC, and it's on for Ape today. They did trigger SSR on Ape. The new SSR values for the day today to trip would be $5.15 for AMC. Ape's at 2.583. Shares available to borrow this morning. Looks like they had overnight returned up to about 60,000 shares. They've already borrowed the 60,000 and the most of the 43,000. It looks like they borrowed about 37,000 of the shares out of the ETFs. So I'm going to go ahead and call that 100,000 shares borrowed so far this morning. I'm rounding up just a tad bit. That's about how much we had borrowed yesterday. That's how much we saw borrowed yesterday. Right now, we're seeing that the fees are at 167.5%. So far for the day today, we've got 205.3 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 16,000 contracts that are in the money. 119.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 36.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. As I was saying earlier, it's looking a little bit like a green open for the day. And I'll show you some other data that will support that. The VIX is showing up down in the futures 1.61%. Most of the different markets that we got showing here are up anywhere from looks like 0.6 to about 1.1%. So looking like some pretty green futures ahead of us here. Here's the other supporting data. Is that on the other side of the world, in the international markets, even though we were down yesterday, the international markets are predicting a future green day as everybody was up day over day. Some as high as 1.6% up for the day. So depending on which market it is you're looking at, some didn't really get much more than 0.1 or 0.2% up, but a lot of green there. Ethereum Classic is up, or sorry, it's not up. It's down 1.81%. Now, do note here, it is touching down on the bottom side of this ascending wedge. Usually, ascending wedges, especially this severe, usually do break down a little bit. Also, remember that typically speaking, Ethereum Classic is a little bit of a forward indicator as to where price is going to be moving on AMC. And we had a pretty big downwards trend, and I don't really see that showing in here. So it might actually be a little delayed. I'm not sure, but we'll keep watching it. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing down 0.49%. This yellow line, I'm waiting for it to break this yellow line. If it continues to head down like this, it's obviously not going to break it. But if it does break that line, we might see the market kind of dump a little bit. So we'll continue to watch that and see where that heads towards. WTI, or oil, in the pre-market is showing up 0.52, SPY up 0.75. Let's see. Tesla is up 3.32 in the pre-market. Amazon up 1.02. Cinemark down 1.02. Doge is down 1.83. Bitcoin is down 1% at 22.7 a coin. GME is up 1%, 1.09. HYMC 0.97. HUD 4.11. CS 7.54, down in the pre-market. That's pretty low. Ape is down 1.05, and AMC is down, or up rather, 1.92. On yesterday's inflow versus outflow, it looks like we had about 7 million. Yeah, $7 million more inflow than outflow yesterday on AMC. So far this morning on AMC, we've had about 106,000 shares. That is a little elevated, not very high, but more elevated than what we saw yesterday in pre-market volume. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.72, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.74, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.46, which is pretty much average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be a divergence of the vortex indicator, and RSI at 51.3, which is average. Taking a look at Ape. $2.4 million more outflow than inflow roughly yesterday. 111,000 shares traded so far this morning. Volume on Ape and AMC are looking nearly identical. The one thing I want to say is that over time, historically speaking, Ape usually trades about half the volume for the day that AMC does, maybe 3/4 of the volume that AMC does, whenever the volume is the same in the pre-market. So whatever AMC ends up getting, I usually do my predictions the same way I would for Ape, but then I cut about somewhere between half and 3/4 of the volume. So for example, if I were to predict 50 million on Ape or AMC, I would probably predict somewhere around like 30 to 40 million on Ape. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart here, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.3, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.16, which is below average. 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.84, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.95, which is slightly above average. Let's take a look at the Ichimoto cloud here and see what we got going on here, because I'm pretty sure that's going to be a little telling here. So we did break down out of the out through the green cloud, and this is why I was suggesting that Friday is when we would be seeing upwards momentum at the earliest. But it looks like they pushed us down. They pushed us down so much we have to go up a little. I don't know where just popped out of nowhere. So it looks to me like we're gonna maybe increase. I wouldn't expect a whole lot out of the movement for today. As I think that the breakthrough of the red cloud has to happen probably tomorrow. It could happen today. It's just not very typical to see price running up through green clouds. So we'll see what happens. But I would be banking on maybe a closing price around maybe 290 ish, maybe 295 tops, putting us into a real nice market open or maybe even pre-market push through the top of this red cloud here, which is at about $3.07. So we should see a nice little push starting tomorrow. We do have the lagging line below the price line, conversion below base. So none of this really looks like a great buy signal just as of yet for any kind of day trader. Let's see here. Let's go to, let me write down numbers. I just forgot. Numbers. Yeah, that's what they're good for. Numbers. Huh. What are they good for? Don't you dare say absolutely nothing. I hope you didn't sing that in your head right now. I hope you didn't sing that. They are good for everything, damn it. They're good for everything. Let's see here. I'm going to write down my prediction as 295 for closing for Ape. 295. And then I think a good, strong buy signal based off of this chart here would be breaking through the green cloud for the day. So a push at $3.11. I always try to give the most optimistic price pushing points from the perspective of the Ichimoto cloud, because you need to know where that big buying pressure is going to kick in at. So I would say 311 for the 1-hour chart. Let's take a look at the 4-hour. On the 4-hour chart, we already talked about this. We didn't want to see the price drop through the 4-hour green cloud. If we did, it's going to be kind of painful. But we have the lagging line almost hitting the price line here. We could see, if we get a rebound and get us back up, we would need to see over 297. We need to get the lagging line up and over these prices right here to keep this as a buy signal for a 4-hour chart. So that actually makes me kind of think maybe $3 now. So actually, I might up my prediction to 3 for AMC for Ape. I mean, I'm upping it to 3. The big buy pressure on this one really would just be getting price probably back over the 336 that we've seen from the past, because ultimately the lagging line is going to have to get over that in order to turn this into a big buy signal. So 336, I'm not saying we're going to hit those kind of numbers, but I'm just saying that's where you're going to typically see some additional buying pressure kind of kicking in. Because at that point, any kind of investor that would be looking at this would be saying like, look, the lagging line is going to be rising up and reaching over that hump, and they're like, okay, this has strong support. It's only a thicker cloud coming ahead. Price isn't like moving down through thick clouds. This is a big buy signal, right? So 336 would be a hefty buy signal. Looking at AMC, we've got lagging line below price line on the 1 hour time interval. We have conversion. I almost said lagging. Conversion below baseline and prices right in between. We have the red cloud forming today. I don't remember there being a red cloud starting as early as yesterday, but maybe I just missed it. I am on the 1 hour time interval. Okay. So we've got red cloud forming today on the 1 hour chart here, which means price is probably going to start heading towards that. The question is where do you start seeing big buy signals? Usually they don't start until the top side of a cloud. In this particular case, it would be possible for price to probably get up into like the 630 range and turn into a big buy button. Big buy, but then it would only last until about 647. So I'm not going to write 630 down though, because that's only like a 17-cent difference. So I think in order for this to really become a big buy signal for today, we would have to see 668, which is nearly $1 up higher. Which is why I think tomorrow, if we can get price up to, maybe like the 615 range before the day's over, we can trade out into the pre-market tomorrow, and then maybe see the push through the cloud tomorrow, more closer to around like the 646 range. And then more than likely they'll stall us out inside the cloud tomorrow, attempting to not allow price to continue to drive upwards. On a 4 hour time interval, we've got lagging line right just nearly above price. I mean, it already did touch into the price line as of probably either after hours last night or pre-market this morning. Conversion did cross base in the aftermarket hours. We do have a green cloud forming, so we have a kind of a I think I mentioned this yesterday that the 4 hour and the 1 hour chart on AMC are not in agreement because this chart right here suggests that there's some more downwards momentum in order, still left. So I don't know what we're going to see. Is it possible that we could see some additional? I feel like maybe they close us out around $6, trying to keep it as close to the cloud as possible to reduce the amount of buying pressure that comes in. It would keep the lagging line knocked right into the price line. I think we're looking at max pain for the day today. I don't know, but I'm going to look at this from a positive perspective. What would we need to see in order for this to be a big buy signal? I think that the market would want to see a price about 645. So I've got two numbers. The 4 hour chart's actually got a lower number of 645, which would be in the red cloud for the 1 hour chart. So yeah, and then the 1 hour chart saying 668. So some mixed signals here, really some mixed signals. It's kind of an interesting one. Price doesn't necessarily have to drop through the thin side of the green cloud right here. It could be up further over here where a thin green portion of the cloud could form on the backside. We do have a TD9 printed, which typically means we've had nine directional points of downwards momentum in a row, which usually indicates a reversal in direction and price. So there is that in conjunction with the cloud forming, which might indicate that we might be moving upwards in price. There's our pokey stick of volume coming in right now. Let's take a look. Let's see what we got going on. Pokey stick of volume coming in at 66,000 shares. It's a little low compared to what we had. Usually, I like to see a doubling of the pre-market volume leading up to that point. But with that 66.8 thousand shares in Pokey stick volume, we are now at 175. Let me think about what that's going to mean for us for the day. I've had a hard time with predictions this week so far in volume. 25. I don't think I can do more than 20 to 40 million. I think it's the best I can do. 20 to 40 million on AMC. Yesterday we had 31.2. Wait, is that right? Yeah. 31.2 million shares traded yesterday. Let me just refresh this to make sure. Yeah, 31.2 million shares. I said 10 to 30, so I was a little bit off on that one. On Ape, yesterday the volume was 31.5. I said 10 to 30 on that one as well, so I was a little bit low on that one as well, but I'm okay with being low. Our Pokey stick of volume over here on Ape was almost non-existent. What the heck happened over here? Where did our Pokey stick of volume go? Wow, that's so weird. It is so, like, it blends in. You can see the volume, but it doesn't look like anything. It's not a normal Pokey. We got 61.4 thousand shares, really close to what AMC did. We got 176,000 shares out of it. 10 to 30 million is the best I can do, but I think I'm going to up it just a tad because I saw that yesterday Ape performed almost exactly as Ape performed almost exactly in volume as AMC did. So I'm going to go ahead and say 20 to 40 on this one as well. I know normally I would do like 75%, 50 to 75% of the volume, but I'm going to go 20-40. So I think we're going to be looking at something very similar in volume today as we saw yesterday. And I think that's all I got for you guys. All right. I see you guys talking about TVs. Nana Ape says, Easter Beast, what's your mom think of what a pokey stick is? But back in the olden days, that would have been something you would have used to walk around in the woods with. And when you came upon a pile of something you didn't know that it was, you used the pokey stick. You'd poke it. You'd see what would happen. Petra's saying, how do you talk into a remote on chat? It wants to take you to search YouTube. I don't know. Brazil, good morning to you. It's been a while. Seeing you. It's good seeing you. David Stevens says, "What is the threshold list significance?" It means that that they're supposed to be delivering on shares that they're not delivering on. So the significance is that if they stay on the threshold list for too long, there's supposed to be penalties that occur, such as forced returning of loan shares. I think there's even penalties that stop them from being able to make a market as well. So there's some pretty significant stiff penalties for being on the threshold list. I forget what the time frame is. I want to say it's like 14 or 15 days or something like that. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head, but That's the significance. And then I just noticed that I didn't put down a price prediction for AMC. I only did Ape, and I think on AMC, I think I'm going to put 615. We're at 584 though. Let me just see something real quick here. From 584, actually maybe I should do yesterday's 572. From yesterday's 572 up to 615 would be 7.5%. That seems a little hefty. I'm gonna go with 6. I'm gonna do $9. Combine between AMC and Ape, $9, and swing off of that. So I'm gonna go 850. Yeah, I think 850 to 1150 is what I'm gonna do. I think 850. Yeah, that sounds good. Trying to remember what I had for. I think 880 was the number I was targeting yesterday, which means my bottom side of that would have been 730. So dang, I'm predicting $1.20 higher in price between AMC and Ape than yesterday. That's a bit much. I may rethink that one. We'll see. I have till market open to change my mind. My mom thought your name is Max Payne. Yes, you just let her believe what she wants to believe, sir. Petro says it means the SEC collides and helps them to avoid penalties. Fritz Flappy Ears, I don't do that, man. 2 weeks. I love how, like, I just say, I don't do that, but 2 weeks. It's always 2 weeks around here. Whenever you ask that question, it's always 2 weeks. Yeah, David, I do. Give me just a second. I will pull it up for you so you can see it. I don't want it to be a trust me bro moment. Let's see here. Threshold list. Threshold list started on February 2nd. So we've gone through 5 trading days so far. 5 trading days of threshold lists. And if you want to go back in time and just kind of check some of the other points in time where we've seen threshold lists on, it was actually one of the times that we were on threshold was after the June run up. There was 3, 6, 9 days, 9 days after the June run up. Prior to the January run up, we had 3, 6, 7 days here just before the January run up. 3, 6, 9 days right here. This one's really, really long in here. Let's see what we got here. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 19 days. 19 days on that section, and this section right here was 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16 days. So 2 big, really big sections right there, and then 2 smaller sections leading into the January run-up. Most of those sections started in September. The very first day that it started on was September 18th, and then the last day was December 28th. Arthur, I normally do. I didn't this last Friday because I had Booksy come on and talk on here. But yeah, I absolutely do. Novocaine says a broker-dealer with failed to deliver positions for 13 consecutive settlement days must immediately close out the failed to deliver position by purchasing shares in the open market. One of the things to remember too, guys, is that yeah, I mean, they may be purchasing shares for delivery each day that they're required to at that point, but they may only be purchasing just what they're needing to deliver. And then if they don't deliver on the next ones from the next day, they could still be in the list. Glad. I don't even want to know what that means. All right, Dev, it's good to know that's you. Arthur said, oh, okay, he's talking to Easter Beast. You're welcome, David. Harry Frog, good morning to you. Balarkey says, Casey, do we look like June before run up on the? I wouldn't. I wouldn't look at it like that, Balarkey. It's not. You can't take stuff from the past like that, especially after a dividend. I mean, we've had a massive change in our stock. One of the biggest mistakes you could possibly make is taking current profile movement when you've had a third of our price taken out of it and then put into another stock called Ape, and then suggest that what we're doing right now in price movement is going to match up to something from the past, and that it's going to line up somehow. It's not even, you can't do that. Let's see, Casey. We were on the threshold list for 5 days automatically, even if they settle on the first day. So we will know tomorrow if we're still on it. Uh, it's reported nightly, I believe. So we would have been on it from yesterday, not today necessarily. Yes, sir. We'll be there tomorrow. Sounds good, Arthur. What happens to those failure delivers post reverse split? What happens to those failure delivers post reverse split? So it is my opinion, and I believe we've seen the exact same thing happen when AMC, when we got the dividend for AMC, and Ape was created. Failure to delivers don't typically transfer over. What ends up happening is you get what's considered a payment in lieu of a delivery of a share, because you can't deliver a share of something that no longer exists. So what ends up happening is they end up paying it out. So there would be payments made to deliver the value of what was in existence that needed to be delivered on. Powerborn saying, why can't I see the big tramp stealth mode today? Did I not turn it on? Oh, my bad. I didn't have all the pages open here. There you go. That's because I was still fixing up stuff, and I think I just forgot at some point. There we go. Last time we were on threshold list, it was a big nothing burger. Well, the last time we were on the threshold list was after the June run up. And let's see here. It certainly didn't cause anything to happen. I would say you're right about that. There wasn't like we didn't see any massive. But you have to remember too, what was happening after the June run up. We did have people who were selling shares into the marketplace. So if people are selling shares into the market, and they need shares in order to close out positions, they could go on the threshold list, use the shares that are being sold into the marketplace to simply close out the positions that they're failing to deliver on, and never see a run up in price. So it makes sense. Arthur's yelling and saying that I need to read out loud. So everyone have a great day. Love you all, degenerate apes. So there, you take care, Arthur. We'll see you tomorrow. Chris says yesterday was a test run to shut down social networks during MOASS. That's interesting. You should say that. There was a lot of outages that occurred yesterday. I know Twitter was one of the ones that got hit. I think YouTube got hit for a little while. There were thoughts that kind of stuff was happening. I think I guess it was May of 2021. So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, you might be right. We'll find out for sure, though, won't we? Love you too, man. Full FOMO. Take care, Arthur. Go back to bed, sir. Oh wow, can they do that by lowering the average cost per share? In regards to, I'm not sure what you mean by that exactly, David. I got to go back up to probably one of your other previous messages so I can see. I'm like squirrel over here. Let me go back to your last message and see what you're referencing. What happens to the failure delivers? Okay, so you're saying can they lower the average cost per share? Um, I mean, so dropping the price would lower the average cost per share. So absolutely, which kind of makes sense right now, right? Like if they knew they were going to be dropping the price here, like they did over the last couple days, then why not drop the average cost per share if you have to deliver on shares. The other part to that too, David, is we've been seeing them close out short interest. Well, they can use a lendable share to deliver on shares that they need to deliver on. They can absolutely 100% borrow a share and deliver on it that way. So if they're going to lower and also what that does too is it lowers the cost to borrow, right? So as you're returning shares by closing out short interest while you're dropping price, you return shares and your cost to borrow goes down because there's more shares available to borrow. Average price per share is a little bit lower. You borrow the shares back and then you start delivering on what it is that you owe. And we've been seeing tons and tons and tons of delivery going through the Chicago exchange, so CHX. So it makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the reason, Jathan, that Ape was on the threshold list for 8 days was because, and guess what? People were selling off Ape like crazy. So, and if you want proof of it, all you have to do is pull OBV and you can see it. So, you can go ahead and say thanks a lot to all those guys who were supposed to be holding their Ape shares and were telling everybody to sell it off. Or maybe they weren't telling people to sell it off, but they were telling everybody I'm selling off my Ape shares to buy more AMC. Go ahead and go out there and drop them a nice little note and say thank you so much. I appreciate you helping the cause because you didn't help us at all. We were supposed to be buying and holding. You were just simply trying to make yourself wealthier. Thanks a lot. You don't have to be nasty about it. You can just say, or you could just say nothing and just never watch them again. That works too. Meant lines, but doubt Casey's going to see it. He did ask, though, what it meant. Don't want to spam. Oh, let's see. A glad hand is what is connected to our trucks to hook up the air and electrical trailer. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. The squiggly little lines that connect between the two. Squiggly lines. Technical terms here. The springy looking cables that bounce around. I think most trucks probably don't have those. They don't look the same. I'm just remembering from childhood years, but I think it's different now. In fact, I don't even think I see them anymore. Good morning, Apex. I'm not seeing huge amounts of volume for the day today, so I would tend to agree with you, Kenny G's jail cell. Speaking of which, Kenny G's jail cell, just curious because you've got such an interesting name. What does Kenny G's future jail cell look like? Can you describe it to us? Does it have a toilet? 'Cause I think it would be better if it didn't. Uh, does it have a roommate? Does it already have a built-in roommate? And is his name Ben Dover? Ben Dover. Is his name Ben Dover? Sounds good, Apex. I've got mine in for the day today already. Pretty simple, rounded numbers. I might change my AMC one a little bit later, though. Good morning, Yukon. Deb says mines are straight. The rubbers are round. Yeah, you don't say. Weekend Warrior, good morning to you. Kenny G's jail cell says my price target for AMC is between 584 and 585. It's right about where we're at right now. We're at 584. That's right. We're going to close out the day right where we're at. That's not always true, Derek. I mean, I feel like we've seen quite a few top players go to jail. It's just usually it's after everything goes down, right? Like they don't go to jail before, they never get caught until it's like after the fact. It's like, yeah, you live the life of the luxurious for, the last 40, 50 years. So now we're gonna throw you in jail because it's like you had your run. Yukon says, wondering when the next close of 666 will be. Next week. You think I'm kidding? It'll be next week. Actually, just out of curiosity, I'm kind of curious what next week's max pain is as of right now. Let's check and see. Let's see, 217 max pain. Yep, it's $7 by next week. So I think that's a very strong possibility of a 666 close on AMC by next week. Wait. Who is up? Oh, Robin Hood's up. You're not kidding. Yeah, that's right. I read that about Robinhood last night, and you're right. They're up 5.3% in the pre-market. That's absolutely ridiculous, right? Who posts earnings like that and actually sees pre-market volume, or not volume, but price that high? That's insane. Well, we're just barcoding now on Ape or AMC, I mean. Cookie Monster says, "Good morning, Casey. You're never gonna guess what my wife just bought. Time's up. The Frigidaire Crunchy Nugget Ice Maker." Oh man, make sure you only run filtered water through there. Just throwing that out there. Um, don't don't put any of that hard water through it. Just a fair warning. But enjoy that nugget ice maker, man. That sounds like that sounds awesome. C. Jonesy says, "Do you think the spy will get a good run today?" Let me just check something real quick here. So the one problem with this is that it's on an extremely elevated wedge going upwards. Seeing a break of a wedge like that to the top side is not very usual. So if the SPY does get a run today, the highest it could possibly get to, in my opinion, would probably be about 425 tops. So I wouldn't expect much more than that, which is pretty significant considering it's at 413 right now. But this wedge right here, there's no way you're going to break a wedge like this to the top side. Not on a SPY. I just don't see that happening. More than likely, I would imagine the more reasonable outlook on today would probably be somewhere around 417 tops, with a potential pullback in the late afternoon. Yeah, actually, it might actually run up in the beginning path. It might do like kind of like a U shape. So if I had to guess what it's going to look like, it might do like a run up in the very beginning portion of the morning, slight, right, and then come down, do like kind of like a U shape, and then back up, and maybe towards the end of the day hit like a 417 top, maybe. Michael Conley says unemployment comes out in 3 minutes. I never even look at that, Michael. It's not something I really factor in. I feel like it's antiquated number that we look at anymore because it doesn't really account for people who are not working and not seeking employment. Would you feel comfortable with your shares in a brokerage using Apex Clearing, or would you move your shares into another brokerage that doesn't use Apex Clearing? Thoughts? Um, To be honest with you, Doc, I've never really thought about it before. I've been a very long time shareholder through the company that I use, and I don't really think about those kind of things too often. Now that we're going through all of this, I might feel a little bit differently, but you really don't have too many options. It's kind of one of those things where, like, you know how oh, I didn't realize Ape was actually really taking off there. Hold on a second, let me draw that back in here. One of the things that you know how Bigums is always talking about ISDA and like getting out of ISDA banks. One of the things that I find is, when people start learning about things like that, and then you tell them like, okay, well, you need to get out of an ISDA bank. Well, like, how easy is it for you to just go ahead and just change your home loan? Especially with interest rates going up, right? Like, no, some people have some great interest rates, and it's like that would cost me thousands and thousands of dollars to switch my loan over to a non-ISDA bank, and like, who wants that? Nobody wants to increase the amount of money that they're paying for their house, and so it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, it sounds great, it sounds cool, on the, to talk about, to try and fix things, perhaps, maybe, but um, I mean, it's just like, are you gonna do it, or do you enjoy who it is that you do your transactions with normally? Yeah, you're welcome, Doc. Jay says break time. All right. Have I ever listened to you, Jay? Ever? Like, have I ever actually gone to break when you say break time? I don't remember. I'm asking because I literally can't remember if I've ever actually done it or not. I feel like the answer is probably no. All right, I'm gonna go to break. I'm gonna give Jay a break because I've heard before that Jay gets to stop cycling when he sees me go for breaks. So I'm gonna let Jay have an easy day. Hey Casey, can you do a poll on rather we use payment for or rather paying for trade? Absolutely, I can do a poll on that. I believe, to be honest with you, I would go back to paying for orders. And it was, let me tell you, um, I had I used to be pissed off way back in the early 2000s. I used to be pissed off at the fact that, like, knowing that you had to make those trades, and eating into your profits, and so you had to be like really really skillful at making sure that you did your trades uh, as efficient as possible because you didn't want to have to make multiple trades. And to be honest with you, nowadays I feel like I would rather go back to that because I feel like all it really does is I feel like it does more harm than it does good. But let's ask a question though. Would you rather use PFOF or paying for trades? We're never satisfied. I can't get no. Um, Give me 1 second here. I like giving a third option sometimes in these polls just because I'm kind of contra, so I figure a lot of other people are contra as well, and don't necessarily like just option one or option two. So let me just think here for just a second. I'm going to put up another option here. All right, here we go. I think this is going to be I think this is the right answer. But I mean, I'll let you guys decide. But I think this would be actually kind of a really interesting thing to see in the marketplace if it would take off or not. But everything's going to like these monthly payment plans, right? Hear me out here on this. Everything's going out to these monthly tier plans. You pay monthly for your subscriptions for everything these days, right? Whether it be TV, whether it be, you might even be doing it for Sirius or XM radio. Or wait, they don't have the XM anymore, do they? You might be paying for Sirius, for your radio, for whatever it is that you're doing. There's always these plans for everything. What if they started doing that in the marketplace and they started doing monthly plans that had some kind of tier where it's like, okay, for this plan, for this amount per month, you can make this many free trades. After that, everything beyond that amount is going to cost you per trade, right? Like, so you get this many free trades if you pay this much a month, and there you go. This is your plan. This is what you get for your plan per month. Would that be more acceptable? Would we be willing to shill out our money straight to our broker for access to X amount of trades? Interesting thought, though, right? That might be the way to go. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's the right answer or not. But it's an idea. It's at least a third idea. All right, I'm gonna head to break here, guys. I'm gonna put on some music for you guys, and let's see here. Do note that paying for trades, that it would still remove payment for order flow. It would be direct access to the market. What was I putting up? Oh yeah, music. All right, see you guys in a bit.
primary control of critical vehicle functions.
first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, I'm back, guys. And I'm looking at the data here for market open. Oops, 1 second here. I didn't want to do that. Let's see. I'm looking at market open data, and it's still looking pretty green for this morning. The SPY, Ape is up 1.74, AMC is up 2.27. Looks like we're getting this this pump a little bit early here. SPY is up 0.83 in the pre-market. Looking pretty decent. Let's see here. A 3% gain on the SPY on a single day is like a pretty big move. And 410 is what it was at close yesterday. So yeah, so like 422 would be like a pretty big move. 417, I think, is what I was saying earlier this morning as a possible top on this. It's already up for 414. But yeah, 12.3 points in a day, like a 3% move would be pretty big. So we'll see what happens on that one. I do imagine that there's going to be some volatility. That's one thing that I've always kind of maintained with you guys is that the closer we get to the end here, the more volatility that we're going to see in the marketplace. So you're going to see these really big swings both directions, and they're just going to get larger and larger and larger. And it's going to become more and more uncontrollable by the market to be able to adjust for those swings. So Apex has got 750 to 1050. I got you down, sir. And I've got Einstein in at 749 to 1049. Wow, you guys are 1 penny off. I'm the only one who's going up quite a large amount to 850, so hopefully that's going to be right. I thought about lowering one of those predictions just a tad, but I stuck with it. Good morning, Marvin. Normally Eric sends me his numbers here at the very end of the day, or not very end of the day, but the very beginning of trading. Apex says I'm playing with 620 and 280. So you're expecting a lower price on Ape and then a higher price on AMC for the end of the day. Okay. And we've seen that a lot actually. Apex. It's pretty. I think it's pretty astute. A lot of people hopefully are recognizing the fact that sometimes we've been seeing AMC price going up and then the opposite occurring on Ape, or vice versa. We see Ape go up and then AMC go down. So you can tell they're kind of tethered a little bit together in inverse relationship and into an inverse relationship. Whenever one goes up, the other goes down. It's not always that way, but it does seem more often than not that we tend to see it tethered in opposing directions. Seesawing. Seesawing? Sea swallowing? What? What are you trying to say? Just out of curiosity, I'm just kind of curious if I've got 211 people in here, and I figure at least one person's got to have it. Has anybody played the new Harry Potter game yet? I don't care what platform it's on. I'm just kind of curious, like how it's playing. My wife is interested in playing the game, so We haven't gotten it yet because we haven't really seen any reviews. So I'm kind of curious if like any of you guys are playing that. Mackenbee says I have. Mackenbee's, is it worth it? Is it worth the money? Because that's a lot of shares right there. Maccabees is like, he's so happy and excited to talk about it. He's like, he's got it in capital letters. He's like, I played it. Headshimmer says, get it. It's like a movie. Chase says, love it. It's really good as of now. Wow. All right. Well, I'm gonna let her know then, because we were still kind of like on the edge. Like normally we like to kind of see how some of the reviews are first. Before we just go out and drop, $60, $70 on a game. Joshua says not worth on PC yet, unoptimized. That's good to know. We would be buying it for the reason I asked any platform is because I really just wanted to know overall gameplay, how it was, not necessarily like the specific platform. And so we would actually be getting it for the PS5, but it's good to know that it's not optimized on the PC. Thank you. I appreciate that. Throat Yogurt says the game is awesome, Casey. I love it. It's worth it. I appreciate you guys letting me know on this, because I'm not trying to advertise anything here, but it's nice to know that you guys in the community, I can trust you to give me like a review on something like that. It's awesome. I appreciate it. Chase says, I don't even like Harry Potter, laugh out loud, but the game slaps. And I don't know what slaps means, Chase. I'm old. I'm gonna assume that means if you just said claps, I probably would have gotten that one, but I'm not sure what I imagine slaps is similar to claps. I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm gonna let my wife know, and we'll have to go check that game out, because I think she wants to play it, and I like watching her play. It's been a hot minute, so she's more of a Tomb Raider kind of fan, and it's been a hot minute since she's had any games to play, and she seems interested in this one. So I want to make sure that she can get on a game that she likes playing, because I want to get her back on there and playing a little bit something. The gameplay and spellcasting is very fluid. That's awesome. Sweet. I'm going to check it out. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for letting us know. Stay long and prosper. Is slap? That's a new one for me. So does that mean that AMC is a slap play? I don't know. I have no idea. All right, we'll see you guys on the other side of market open, and let's get this day rolling. See you guys on the other side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Go for main engine start. Main engine start. 2, 1. Booster ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at SM.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
It got us on a mountain top, was burning like a silver flame. The summit of beauty and love, and Venus was her name. She's got it, yeah, baby, she's got it. Well, I'm your Venus, I'm your fire at your desire. Well, I'm your Venus, I'm your fire at your desire.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we're screwing those edgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. So I made a really bad calculation error this morning. I'm going to have to get a vote from the other guys who were playing the price prediction tally points. My prediction was on a $9 finish total between AMC and Ape, and for whatever reasons earlier when I made my price prediction, I decided to say $8.50 to $11.50. But swinging $1.50 in either direction of 9 is not $8.50. It's only 50 cents lower than 9. So I don't know if the other guys are going to let me do it or not, but I actually want to do the same exact price prediction that they had, which was $7.50 to $10.50. But if they don't let me change it, that's fine. I think I'll probably still be okay with the $8.50 to $11.50, as I do believe that price is going to close very close to $9 total between AMC and Ape. Before the end of the day is over. But Max Payne is $6 for this week still for the day today, guys. And I think it's time to move up. The market's looking like it's moving up. As it stands right now, Ape is already up 2.96%, 3.48% at 2.97. And then AMC is up 1.72 at $5.82. I'm going to have to check and see. Apex, if you're still here, let me know. I'm also going to look and see. Eric's got 770 to 1070. He sent me a text a little bit ago here. I'll send a text back to him real quick. So I will send a text to these guys and just make sure that they're okay with that. Censor content says Max Payne movie trivia next week ? No, Apex. So what happened was this morning when I was going through price predictions, I had Ape closing at $3 and AMC closing at $9, and that was my prediction for the exact numbers. And then when I was trying to do $1.50 on either side of that, for some reason or another, I said $8.50 to $11.50, even though that's only 50 cents down from the combined price. So if you let me, I'd like to put it at $7.50 to $10.50, like you guys have it at, to make it that $1.50 swing on either side of $9. But if you guys don't want, Einstein says he just said no. I don't know what he means by no. I'm not sure if he's saying. Let me see. What did I say to him exactly? I said Eric's saying it's okay. Oh, he's saying no, he doesn't mind if I change it. Okay. I thought he was saying no. No, like I can't. So yeah, I'm gonna change it to 750 to 1050 to swing on either side. I have a feeling. Um, I'll share my number with you. Well, I mean, yeah, that's fine. I think one of the reasons that I don't know why I said 850. I have no idea because I did say $6 for AMC and then $3 for Ape for closing prices, but for some reason in my head this morning, 850 sounded like $1.50 less than 9. I have no idea why, but it did. And then as soon as market was opening this morning, I was looking at the combined price of AMC and Ape, and it was at eight. I think it was like 875 or something like that originally as the market was opening, and I was sitting there looking at that going like, wait a minute, that's only 25 cents higher than my lower number. I'm like, why is my lower number so far off? And then I started looking, I was like, oh yeah, 850 is not exactly a $1.50 off of 9. Yep, swing on either side of that $9 tendies plus plus, not the other way. No, one way swinging on this one. Joe Ponce says Pounce or Pounce. I think it's Pounce. Joe Pounce says no. I think somebody else said no as well. I mean, AMC is now down to 569, which is down 0.32%. I don't know. We'll see. I'll probably end up being just fine with 850 to 1150 anyways. So even if you guys didn't let me do that, I'd probably still be okay. Let's see what we got going on here. Sensor Content asks about the Max Payne movie for trivia for next week. We could add that into the list of choices for today, since we only have one. Today's movie is going to be. Did I not copy and paste that? Is that twice now that I've not copied and pasted the results? Wow. What is going on with me? Oh no, there it is. No, we did Caddyshack. We did Tombstone. The choices from yesterday would have been. Wow, how do I keep missing pasting that in? Let's see. Our choices yesterday were Big Lebowski. Oh yeah, it's the Big Lebowski is the one that won. I remember that now. So we'll do the Big Lebowski today. Yeah, Maccabee says Big Lebowski. I remember the poll. I don't think I saved the actual results. I don't know why I didn't do that, but it's like 2 days now. I haven't done that now. Need to get better about making sure I save those. But yeah, it is Big Lebowski for the day. Let me go ahead and take that off the list. That will be the movie for today, and then we did. I think I already took the other one off. Yeah, I did. We could add Max Payne into the choices for next week, but Big Lebowski is today. Super simplism. If you're asking about like, can everybody partake in price predictions? Absolutely. If that's what you're referencing, I'm not 100% certain that's what you're asking about, but if you're asking about like, can everybody partake in the movie trivia? Absolutely. The more the merrier. Okay, yeah, yeah, absolutely. Everybody's allowed to jump in on that, and that's not a problem. Oh, and Sam, I see you changed your name again. Picture is the same, but I feel like you keep changing your name, and it's like throwing me off. The picture I recognize, but not the name. The Sam part's the same. Are you changing your name constantly, or what's the deal? Because I feel like it's different now. Casey, you forgot to include depends in your poll. Yeah, I saw somebody put that in there. Depends. Probably should have put that fourth choice in there for some of you guys. Censored content says, how about movies that Eva Green keeps her clothes on for a category? I don't even know who that is. That's probably pretty sad, right? So Max Payne, time to move up, $6. The market futures were indicating green for the day today. Anywhere up from it was like 0.6 to anywhere from 0.6 to point like 1.1% up for the day in the futures. And then the VIX was actually showing down. We've got a lot of other indicators like DXY or the US dollar showing down 0.66. So we've got a lot of different indicators kind of suggesting the market's on its way up here. So with the market moving up, we should move up with it. As it stands right now, AMC is breaking even at $5.72, and Ape is at 2.95 or 2.96, which is 3% up right now. So seeing a little bit of green. All right, let's see who Eva Green is. Hold on. I have no idea who that is. It's a French actress. I vaguely recognize her, but I have no idea what from. Says The Dreamers, Rise of an Empire, Casino Royale, Miss Peregrine's, Penny Dreadful, Dark Shadow. I don't know any of these. I mean, I know Casino Royale and 300. I don't remember the rest of them, though. She was in Sin City. Honestly, I recognize her face, but I don't recognize her specifically. Like, I don't remember what she's from. Unrememberable, I guess. Yeah, Arby. So there was a little bit of conversation about that I was in regards to the threshold list. Typically speaking, when a security goes onto the threshold list, it does typically stay there for an automatic 5 days. I think it is. It might be 3 days or five. I can't remember if it's 3 or 5. But it does go onto the list for an extended period of time, even if the failure to delivers are being met. And the reason for that is that the way the rules are designed is to make sure that they're not intermittently purposefully trying to fail to deliver with days that they're making deliveries and then days that they're not making deliveries. So it's a concurrent period of time that they go onto the threshold list to avoid or I guess maybe to ensure that they're not like just intermittently missing delivery of shares. So we've been on the threshold list for I think when I mentioned it this morning, I think it was 6 days. Let's see here, oh wait, what am I looking at here? I'm looking at the wrong dates. Today is day 5. So if it goes off the threshold list tomorrow or by the end of tonight, if we come in tomorrow and find out that we're off the threshold list, then they might have only failed to deliver on one specific day. Junito says, "Good morning, Casey. Your song inspires me to hold." I'm inspired by everybody. So I hope it's not just the song, Junito. Everybody here and the numbers that I go through on a daily basis are the things that inspire me to continue going on, seeing the entire communities, and it's not just here on YouTube, but communities on Twitter, communities on Reddit. All these different places inspire me to continue doing what it is that I'm doing and being a part of this because to me, it shows me that there's still people who believe in what's happening. And even though there is less participation now, I still know they're holding because I watch the numbers, and I know people are probably just more silent now than they have been in the past, but I can still see that they're holding, and that's the part that really encourages me. I don't. I'm glad that the song inspires you, but I want your inspiration to come from yourself and from what it is that you see in the marketplace. Don't let what it is that I do or any other person around you be your inspiration. Let your inspiration come from the numbers that you're seeing in the market that tell you that you're on the right track. Those are the good things that make you that help you to be a better investor, right? I know it's great that we're trying to do something different here, and it's awesome that you can feel inspired by some of the stuff that's happening that you see around us and all that kind of stuff. And that's really what that inspiration is. Great. It helps us to stay together as a community and helps us to keep being inspired, but the numbers is really what you need to be focused on, and knowing that there's still a continuation of people not leaving, like Highway Frog just said, not leaving, knowing that they're still there in the fight, regardless of all the noise that's around us. Whether it be fake, stupid complaints about $2 seating prices are higher, which isn't going to price anybody out of a movie. I mean, seriously, $2 for a ticket, and people are like going nuts, and it's like, come on, that's such fake news. Like, it doesn't even, like, nobody's really that pissed about $2 increase in price, because they can get the same price ticket someplace else in the movie theater. They can even get a lower price if they wanted to. If they really wanted to, they can go sit in another area and get $2 cheaper. So don't sit there and tell me that that's the real problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are real. There's so much noise around us, and yet I'm still seeing numbers that say we're holding. I'm still here, not going anywhere. Be encouraged by that. That's what really should encourage you. Musical Companion says, I'm inspired that you're inspired. There you go. Attendees Plus Plus says, Casey, add a slow, soft, and beautiful line at the end of this is not financial advice. Yeah, it's definitely not. This is not financial advice. MCon says this is all psychological game playing by the hedgies. I need to remember that. It's more than just the hedgies too, though, right? There's so many players that are against us here. MCon, we have the government against us. We've got long institutions that are against us, which include our brokers. We've got the hedge funds that are against us. We are playing in somebody else's sandbox. We are the foreigners here. We're the infection in this marketplace, and the marketplace wants the infection to go away so they can continue to do things the way that they've always done them. Everybody is against us in this. We have nobody looking out for us except for ourselves. Remember that. There's not a single institution out there that's on our side. AMC is on our side, but AMC is also looking out for AMC's best interests as well. And that should be something you should always remember also. Junito, that's awesome, man. I appreciate it. Mega says, Casey, you're out of your element. I don't know what that is. I never have known what my element is. I'm like a jack of all trades and a master of none. I have seen bits and pieces of Lebowski. I knew that was coming, Mega. I knew people were going to ask. I have never sat down and watched The Big Lebowski all the way through. I've only seen snippets here and there. Don't hate me for this, but it's not really my cup of tea. I just can't sit through that entire thing. There's some parts of it that I just can't. I can't handle it. It kind of reminds me in some ways of like Pulp Fiction. Not exactly like Pulp Fiction, but the very first time I ever saw Pulp Fiction, I could not. I absolutely hated it. absolutely just hated Pulp Fiction. I thought it was the worst movie ever. And then the second time I saw it high and absolutely fell in love with the movie. I feel like The Big Lebowski is kind of one of those things where it's like maybe if I saw it high, I would probably like get some of the deeper meaning. Otherwise, everything's like flying over the top of my head. so, so it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, but I don't do that kind of stuff anymore. So it's like probably won't happen. Throat Yogurt says what they don't realize is we have hot Koch on our side. Tammy says, better be careful. I think she's meant to say Casey there. If they have a cat when playing in someone else's sandbox. This is why you always scoop the sandbox or rake it first. Roadhouse says, kind of not watched The Outlaw. No, I have not seen it yet, but I'll tell you what, Roadhouse, I did add it to my list of things to do. I don't know when it's going to get done, but because I do have a pretty long list, but I did add it to my list. I promise you. Mega says it has a weird pace and humor. Yeah, that's the hard part for me, right? With ADD, I have a short attention span, and so if the pacing is like weird like that for something like that, especially like if it gets like too talky at certain points and where you have to kind of focus in real heavy on what it is that's being said, so that you can kind of catch what's there, then it throws me off. So yeah, it's exactly that's difficult for me to watch. Kevin says, Casey, I drank the Kool-Aid and sold my ape like a dummy, and now I've almost bought all my shares back. Learn from your mistakes. It happens, Kevin. You live and learn. You live and learn. Nobody's perfect. You're not going to get any judgment out of me. Um, it is what it is. Um, I normally don't. Um, Normally, I would kick people off of here for posting something like that. Just because it's like when you sell your shares, you leave in silence. But I'm not going to do that to you because you did say that you bought all your shares back. Just remember, I guess, going forward that when you sell in silence. I know, Roadhouse. I know, men. I know it's why you're bothering me about it. You keep on bothering me too. It's okay. Apex says the only reason they're in the sandbox is because they think that we're a dead cat and that it's safe to play. Little do they know. Meow. Meow. Oh, my wife and I were driving to go pick up the chainsaw yesterday, and we were two roads over from our house, and we saw Winky crossing the street. And so I was driving, and he was crossing the street, and I started driving towards him, and he didn't even give two winks at the fact that this truck is coming at him. And I was like sitting there going like, "Come on, Winky, move!" There's literally like a car coming at you. You can't just be walking like that through the. And of course, he had his blind eye to my side, or his eye that's kind of winky on this side. But he did end up eventually starting. I worry about Winky, man. I really worry about Winky because I don't. He can't be walking across streets like that when cars are coming. Because I was a good guy and I saw him, but somebody else out there may not see him, and I'm gonna be depressed if I see Winky out there just hit by a car or something. Mac and B says there's no rules on buying back in silence. Yeah. I'm not gonna make him walk the plank. It's command decision, I guess, on my part. You know what, Billy? We've brought him into the house several occasions to feed him tuna, like straight up canned tuna. And if you can't get a cat to commit to staying with you after feeding him straight up tuna out of a can, I don't know what you can do. But every time he eats, he's like, "Okay, thanks for the meal," and he's ready to go. He is an outdoor cat, and let me tell you, if you've ever been around cats before, once you give them that outdoor freedom to come and go as they please, you can't take that away from them. You just can't take it away. They are an outdoor cat at that point. Um, you don't. It's like telling a man or a woman, you don't do what you want to do anymore. We're gonna just take away your freedoms. You don't do it to a cat either. Once they've got their freedom, they're good. They're good for the rest of their life as being a free cat. So Winky is going to be his own kitty cat and do what he wants. I'm not going to take away that freedom. Yeah, I hear you, Tammy. Billy says I've had an outdoor cat for 10 years. I know, right? It's not really seen as slavery if they're always there because they just don't know any different. They have no idea that they're being confined and what they're missing out on. You know what? It's so sad, but it's kind of true what I'm saying, right? Like if you think about it in terms of like that, you don't truly know what it is you're missing until you actually have it. I imagine the people who come to the United States for the very first time and see what kind of freedoms that we actually have here in the United States, perhaps see things maybe a little bit differently if they don't have those same kind of freedoms in the country that they live in. And it probably my guess would be is that they probably go like, wow, I want some of that. And yeah. Apex says I've got two indoor cats that were holding hostage due to the fear that they'd get hit by a car and whatnot. Yeah, I hear you, Apex. I'm not judging. I totally understand how that is. But once you let them out, though, Apex, and they get a taste of that outside, and they want it more and more of it, you got to let them be an outside cat. You can't just hold them in forever. It's time for our numbers. MCon's. I'm going to answer MCon's question. He says, "If you have another cat, would you name it Hawk?" Hawk. Uh, so growing up as a kid in my family, we used to have a lot of cats. I think at one point we had like 9 cats. I don't know, it was a lot. If my mom would have to answer the question for sure for me to truly remember how many there were because I don't remember. But she or we would always sit at the dinner table and try to come up with new names for cats. And one of the tests that we came up with for trying to figure out whether or not you should name a cat what you name it is that everybody when they go outside to call their cat always calls it by its name 3 times, right? You go, for example, you go, here, kitty, 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 right? Like you always say it 3 times. I don't know for whatever reason it is. So you can say winky, winky, winky. Like, it's not real hard, right? But you go say hawk 3 times, hawk, hawk, hawk. And you start to realize that's probably not what you want to call your cat. But yeah, that's the true test for whether or not you're going to name your cats because you always you call out for them 3 times, and if it doesn't sound right or you can't do it, then you probably shouldn't name them that. So anyways, let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is that you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, questions, or comments from me until after you see the big tramp back up on the page again here. Uh, yeah, I know it was only for a short period of time, Mac and Bees, but yeah, we had like 9 cats at one point when one of them was pregnant and had a litter. So um, yeah, it was kind of crazy. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you should probably consider getting it. It could help prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. Also, when you're setting that up, make sure and put in a secondary phone number just in case something happens and you can't get your code. You can always send that code to another phone number and still get access into your account. I'm also asking people to take a picture, or as Nosa said earlier this morning, some kind of live screenshot of you kind of perusing through your portfolio and saving a picture of that in a folder somewhere or video. And just for your own record keeping, put a title, the date on it, and save it for your own record keeping. Banks make mistakes, brokers make mistakes. Let's just hope it's not in their favor. But at least you can have some proof to prove that they made a mistake. Also, I've been mentioning that like if you're not going to do it once a day and maybe you have like an inactive portfolio, like you're not making a whole lot of trades, you could do it weekly. It's up to you, but just note that it's not a bad idea to protect yourself there. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on for numbers for the day today. The guys were gracious enough to let me change my numbers because I made a math calculation error this morning because I couldn't subtract $1.50 off of $9. So get this. This has not happened in a long, long time. Believe it or not, all three of us have a almost identical price. All four of us have an almost identical price prediction for the day. I was hedging off at $9, $1.50 on either side, so I wanted 750 to 1050. Eric came in at 770 to 1070. Apex has 750 to 1050, and Einstein has 749 to 1049. Every single one of us are kind of focused on like that $9 combined price between AMC and Ape by the end of the day. Some of us may have gotten to it different ways. Some may have been thinking a little bit higher on AMC, a little bit lower on Ape. Some of us may have been thinking a little lower on Ape and a little higher on AMC. Some of us may have felt like kind of in between with maybe some gains on both sides. Either way, it doesn't really matter. The combined price, we all kind of came to the same conclusion of around $9. So we'll see what ends up happening before the end of the day, but I think we'll all be pretty good on our predictions. Let's see. Taking a look at short exempt volume for AMC was up a little bit to 661.8 thousand shares. Ape is at 174.7. I would expect Ape to be larger numbers by the end of today, but with a little bit lower volume. I guess we'll kind of have to see what happens with off exchange. If we see a lot of off exchange usage on Ape, short exempt volume may not actually end up being so high, but we'll see. Utilization is at 100%. Day number, what are we on here? 21 days, straight days of utilization being 100% for AMC. Ape's at 93.87%. That's a little bit higher than it was yesterday, which I think was 93.7. Day-over-day price increase on AMC and Ape are really close to the same numbers. AMC was down 7.44 yesterday, Ape down 7.72. Max Pain, which is right below me. See, I got to go over here, right down there. Max Pain is $6, and that's the reason for the title for today. With $6 being the max pain, I would expect that before the end of this week, they're going to want to move price up. We are currently at $5.68 on AMC, so I think they're going to be pushing price up at some point to try and meet that $6 before the week's over. Taking a look at off exchange data for the day today, I would expect to see off exchange somewhere around 44% by this time of the morning, and EDGX would be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. We got 53.13% volume on off exchange for AMC, EDGX at 13.08. For grand total, 66.21%. That's 12.21% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is not very minimal right now. It's only 0.04% of the total daily volume. On Ape, so far for the day today, we've got 48.64% going through off exchange, EDGX at 15.05. This is what I was talking about before. If there's not a whole huge amount of heavy usage on those exchanges, then you may see more short exempt volume for tomorrow. Right now it's at 63.69%. That's 9.69% higher than it should be by this time in the morning. So it is still elevated, but that's going to come down throughout the day as the day goes forward. We might actually see really close to 66% or 68% by the end of the day. CHX volume on Ape is non-existent. There is none so far. GME this morning, we've got off exchange, CHX is at 0.26 of the total daily volume. That's underneath the 30-day average. And HYMC CHX volume is non-existent. Taking a look at institutional ownership. We did see a drop in institutional ownership this morning. It's at 135.119. Let's refresh it and see if it's changed at all. Now 135.998, so it did increase just a tad. Do note, these numbers are going to continue to change more until the 45 days is up since the beginning of the year. That's how long they have to file their 13F reports from the fourth quarter. So we're looking, I'd have to do the, actually 31, I guess it would be 41, 42, 43, 44. I guess by Tuesday next week is when we should see the last ones filed in. So we might actually see a whole bunch of activity starting tomorrow and Monday and Tuesday of next week, redefining what the new positions are as of the end of the fourth quarter for institutions. Taking a look at options, highest amount of volume this morning is for the call options is at a $6 strike. Yesterday that was where most of our volume was. There's 6.8 thousand contracts. On the puts, we've got highest amount of volume at a $6 contract is all. That's up $1, by the way, on those puts. And we've got 1.5 thousand contracts. Interesting. Interesting because those are in the money. Somebody's buying in the money puts. I don't know if you guys find that interesting. I do. Okay. Mental note. I'm going to put on a little bit of music here while I move a couple of screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. All right, so earlier this morning I mentioned to you guys that, well, actually I'll just start off with combined price of AMC and Ape is at $8.62. One of the things that I kind of mentioned to you earlier this morning was that, or actually I should say over the last couple of days I mentioned that there were two stopping points on our combined price of AMC and Ape that has formed this cup, and the handle portion of this cup. The first stopping point would be this this level of support that we've seen from the past on two different occasions here, right around $8 and let's see what it actually is here. $8.37. That was the first stopping point. We actually fell down in price right to $8.43, which was 6 cents off of the target that we were looking for this handle. The secondary stopping point that I felt like a normal cup and handle would see would be somewhere right around the 780 range. And if you look at 780, we've had multiple touch points in here. We've had a couple here, here. Along the way, we've had several touching points at around 780. So lots of different kind of marks. I don't think that we're going to continue to head down that direction as of right now, but I think we may have completed the downwards momentum that we needed to see to complete that cup and handle formation. This is on a 30-minute interval that we're looking at it, so I'm going to zoom in here a little bit, and let's take a look at where we're currently at. I'm going to delete some of this other noise. One of the key big target pushes that we're going to need to see today is breaking through 878. If we can break through 878, that's going to be a kind of a gateway into leading up to 950. Once we break through 950, it's going to be a retest of that last stopping point, which is the top of the cup, which is around 1018. So those are the three stopping points that we're going to have on our way back up here, and we need to see a push through those. Getting that really hard break through each one of those is going to confirm even further that we're going to see the run up that is on the other side of this cup and handle. I have not given you guys the price for the top of that yet, but if you wanted to figure it out for yourself, take the top of the cup, which is about 1018, and the bottom of the cup. Add the two prices together, divide it by, subtract the two prices from each other, divide that number by 2, and add it to the top of the cup. And that would give you the price point at which we would stop running up at and maybe see more consolidation up there, and then start creating our new pattern. So keep that in mind. It's kind of where we're heading for right now. And as of right now, I don't see anything in particular I want to draw. Other than I do see a little bit of what appears to be a support line. Hopefully we can continue to maintain support here. We may see a little bit of that breakout as we near or approach the end of, let's see, 77. As we approach the end of this kind of wedge that we're kind of it's more of a triangle, bullish triangle that we're creating right now. So usually when you have the flat side to the top side of your triangle, it's bullish and it's going to break out going to the top side. It would be nice to see with price increasing to see volume increasing. Let's check that and see where we're at on volume currently. As it stands, it was increasing towards the end portion of the day yesterday, and then of course in the aftermarket hours. If we took that all out, if we took out the after hours, let's see what it looks like. We do have increasing, starting from this point going forward, we do have increasing volume as price is slowly increasing. So that is a good sign. Let's give a refresh here to Ortex and take a look at what we got going on. So far this morning, we've seen 1.23 million shares having been borrowed for AMC. It's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 22.64%. Cost to borrow min is at 1.04, average 270.13, max at 358.94. Utilization at 100%. Still, we are day number 21 of that utilization. Taking a look at the on loan amount, day over day, we increased by 2.7 million shares, going from 175.97 to 178.65 million shares. Ortex is estimating about 900,000 shares of that was in new short interest, which is the third amount, a third of all the returned shares that were returned. That's usually what they estimate almost religiously. It went from 22.39 to 22.57 for that short share interest, the free float. With 2.7 million new shares going on loan, on-loan average age should be dropping. It did start dropping. That's one of our first indicators. When we see a bottom on this drop, that tells us that it's going to give us a 15-day counter for a price run up. I do need to see 2 days in a row at least of this dropping, though. So we want to see that drop a little bit tomorrow when we get our numbers. So that means loaning of more shares, which is currently happening. We've got 1.23 million shares loaned already for the day today. So loaning of shares will cause that to drop further. Security lending volume day over day slightly increased from 10.76 million to 11.05. On Ape, short share interest of the free floats at 7.54% after a return of 1.81 million shares so far on Ape for the day today. And that's going to put so far this morning, we've only had apparently one borrowing being reported, one borrowed or one loan of shares for about 122,000 shares. And because all three are reporting the exact same amount, the min, the max, and the average are all reporting 8.6%, which tells you that only one institution has been reporting any kind of loans for the same value. Utilization did go up day over day to 93.87%. That went up by about 0.17 from yesterday. Here's what utilization is currently looking like on Ape. On loan amount day over day increased by 4.8 million shares to from 48.15 to 52.92 million shares on loan. Over a 2-day span, we've seen it drive from 41.61 to 52.92, so over 10 million shares in a 2-day span having been loaned. That is quite a few shares. Estimated short share interest of the free float is obviously going to be driving up because of that from 7.36 to 7.65. On loan average age per day should be dipping like a mofo with more loan shares. It didn't really dip all that much, but it did dip. Yesterday's was more of a dip than today's, but that's just due to the fact that we had so many new loan shares yesterday as well. But we did still dip from 15.83 down to 15.29. Security lending volume day over day was a little bit less. We had 20.3 million yesterday, 2 days ago, and then yesterday we had 6.38 million. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only 3 that I'm interested in looking for on this list. None of the 3 are on the list, and that could be due to low volume, which I am expecting to see today. Trigger price for SSR for AMC rather would be 5.15 today. Ape would be at 2.583. Shares available to borrow is at 35,000 shares, so it looks like they've returned a few shares this morning so far. So far for the day, I've got us at about 100,000 shares borrowed. I did round up on that a little bit, so the next time I see shares borrowed, like this time right here, where we had 40,000 shares, and they just borrowed 5,000 shares. I'm not going to count those. We do have a fee currently at 167.5% for borrowing, which is where it was earlier this morning. Calls are we have 205.3 thousand contracts out of the money versus 16,000 contracts that are in the money. 119.7 thousand contracts out of the money on puts versus 36.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 1.15, Dow Jones is up 0.75, and the S&P 500 is up 0.75. I don't know why that's showing up like that is. I don't know why it switched on me. Right now we have 4,157 advancers to 2,256 decliners. Not quite cooking with bacon grease just yet, but the market is definitely looking pretty smooth right now. Smooth criminal. ETC or Ethereum Classic is down 0.41. DXY or the US dollar is down 0.67. Never did break the yellow line just yet. WTI or oil is down 0.37. Mortgage-backed securities for Vanguard and BlackRock are up about 0.11 to 0.12. SPY is up 0.7. VIX is down 2.34. VTI is up 0.68. VB is up 0.5. Tesla is up 5.94. Amazon up 1.24. Cinemark up 0.79. Doge is down 1.75. Bitcoin is down 1.15. GME is up 1.66. By the way, Bitcoin is at 22.6 a coin, almost 22.7. HYMC is up 1.01. HOOD is up 2.01. CS is down 11.96. Ape is up 2.11 and AMC is down 0.17. Ape is at $2.931 and AMC is at 573. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day-to-day, we have approximately $1.1 million more inflow than outflow with 5.87 million shares traded so far. This volume is a little bit hotter than I would have expected after 54 minutes of trading. We're at 42.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares. Looks like we are indeed getting some low volume for the day today. On a 4-hour window here, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.07, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure and a divergence of the vortex indicator an RSI at 37.65, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence of the vortex indicator, an RSI at 39.86, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.8, which is below average. Taking a look at Ape, we have approximately $700,000. That's not quite right. Yeah, whatever. It's close enough. It's really more like $600,000 more outflow than inflow. Volume at 4.6 million shares traded so far after 55 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 32.61 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested that we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares. These are pretty low numbers, all things considered right now. I'm kind of surprised that it's as low as it is, but I still don't think that I'm going to have a problem with the 20 to 40 million. We'll see. On a 4-hour time window, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.52, which is average, just slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.71, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.33, which is just slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure. Actually, it might just be slightly more selling pressure with an RSI of 51.79, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval for the Ichimoto cloud, lagging line is below price line, conversions below base, and price is in between conversion and base. One of the things that I see right here on this 1-hour cloud is that we have a red cloud starting to form, and we know price likes to move up through red clouds, which is why I've got Ape finishing at about $3 by the end of the day today to get us closer to that price point. That'll actually put us just underneath today's green cloud down here, and then have us ready for in the pre-market to be able to move upwards and perhaps maybe move through this red cloud early on tomorrow. On a 4-hour interval, we have lagging line right about touching on price line, not quite yet. And then we have base has crossed over conversion earlier this morning. One of the things that I'm going to be watching for is if price does come down on this or if price does go up on this to about $3, that's going to be right about where our base is. And it will help to get price on the lagging line just above it and gives us a little bit of breathing room going into tomorrow to continue to see some more. We might see like a little bit of a switch over. Now it's not very typical that you see conversion cross base and then price recovery and continuing to move upwards. Usually once you see this conversion crossing base like this, price is going to start moving down through a green cloud. However, in this particular case, we're kind of entering into a thicker green cloud up here, and price likes to move easily through thinner portions, which has me leading me to believe that we may see the price rising up and then back down through a green cloud at a later date, or maybe not, maybe never, maybe not for a really long time. I don't know. It just depends on what ends up happening. But taking a look at AMC on a 1-hour time interval, we have lagging line below price line, we have conversion below base. To see some buying pressure for the day today, we're going to have to see price move back up above the cloud in here. So one of the prices I wrote down was about 668. We would see some heavy momentum on AMC, and about 645 is the other number that I've got for the 4-hour chart. As we have lagging line below price line, conversion below base, we're right at breaking through the cloud here. I mean, usually price does want to try to break through a red or green cloud going down. We're kind of entering that point. What I could see happening is price stalling out inside the cloud today, and then getting a bounce off the cloud going into the rest of the week, and then maybe perhaps dropping back down. Not rest of the week, but going into next week as well, and then dropping down through perhaps the thinner side of the green cloud on the backside. And that's only because we printed a TD9 earlier this morning, which means there should be a reversal in price, but we're not really seeing that as of yet. Right now we're down 567, down 0.9%. So we'll see what ends up happening, but the 4-hour chart and the 1-hour chart are in total disagreement of each other. as to what's going to be happening with price. We're kind of at an intersection of uncertainty on AMC. Currently, we're at 567 for AMC, down 0.87%, and on Ape we are at $2.905, up 1.22%. All right, with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Let's see here how this poll is going here. Would you rather use payment for order flow or paying for trades? And 69% of you are paying for trades. Nice. On the monthly plans for flexibility, that would insinuate that you're not going to have payment for order flow. That would be the alternative is pay your broker up front for X amount of trades per month. In other words, like they could put you on like a plan. Maybe they do like 30 free trades a month for $10.99 or something along those lines. The question is could brokers take payment directly from retail and expect to make just as much money, or do they still make more money through payment for order flow? But if they're not given the option of payment for order flow, how else would they do it? Would they make you just straight up pay for trades or do some kind of monthly plan? Let me see here. Foo Dog, who's Flat Earth? I have a feeling I know who you're talking about, but OJ's Love Glove? Uh, Papa Max says, Casey, if a person sells their ape today, now that we are past the 2/8 date, do they still get to vote those shares on 3/14 since they did own the shares on 2/8/23? The answer to that is yes. I believe the answer to that is yes. I think. Let me look that up. Hold on one second. Actually, it may be no. Let me just check real quick here. Um, mm, I'm starting to lean towards a no. The more I think about it, I'm starting to lean towards no. And I'm not finding an answer easily here, but give me 1 second while I look and see. my goodness. Some of these pages are just so bright. Let's see here. Hmm. I'm still looking. I'm still looking. My initial response was yes, and I'm reading through here to see if I can figure out an exact answer because I don't want to do a trust me bro on this. Um, I'm gonna go with yes. And I'm still having a hard time trying to find this here. But I think in order the corporation may determine the stockholders entitled to notice of any meeting of stockholders or any adjournment thereof, the board of directors may fix a record date, which we had, which record date shall not precede the date upon which the resolution fixing the record date is adopted by the board of directors, in which record date shall not be more than 60 nor than less than 10 days before the date of such meeting. If the board of directors so fixes a date, such a date shall also be on the record. Okay, hold on. Get to the good stuff, Casey. I'm going to say yes. And so the thought process here is that okay, so here's the thought process, and this is why I would say yes. And I'm trying to find like an exact spot here that I can like list to you, but here's the thought process. If you sell your shares, those shares go into the hands of somebody else after the date of record, right? So if they go to somebody else after the date of record, it doesn't give them the voting right. So would you just lose your voting? Would any of those shares just lose voting privileges altogether, or should each share get voting rights no matter what? And so I think that all the shares are entitled to a vote. So it should be, and I'm still trying to find it where it says it in here. Um, it should be that if you were on the date of record, if you were the owner of the share, then you should have the right to vote the share. I'm still looking for it. I feel like this is gonna be something that I'm probably gonna have to look into a little bit deeper. But I mean, it makes sense to me that one share gets one vote. The date of record identifies who gets those votes, and it seems to me that if those were assigned to you, those votes, then they would stay that way. I'm still looking here. Yeah. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to come back to that to find the actual, because I want to find like the actual, because I'm looking at the Delaware Code, Title 8, Chapter 1, called Corporations, Chapter 1, General Corporation Law, Subchapter 7, Meetings, Elections, Voting, and Notice. I'm having a difficult time finding an exact spot in here where it would say what it is that would be the case. What am I doing? Am I getting rid of somebody here? Hold on a second here. I'm going through what is. I'm done looking for the answer to that, but I'm pretty sure that you would. I need to find the actual uh, documentation to back that up, but I think you would still get it. OJ's glove. Are you here to harass people, or do you own the stock? And I mean, what's your intentions here? Uh, should be pretty. Don't take advice from anyone who tells you fundamentals don't matter in stock investing. If you're day trading, they won't matter. But to buy and hold, they mean everything. It's inarguable. Sammy, you don't lose 90% of your shares. You're just consolidating. Papa Mac says that could be scary because all the big ape shareholders could sell now and vote no on conversions since they no longer hold them. Sell Ape, buy AMC would be their reasoning. But why would that doesn't make any sense at all though? Why would they do that? They'd have less of a vote after, or they'd have less shares after that was all over if they did something like that. That would actually be like probably one of the biggest dumbest moves that anybody could possibly make. I mean, you're getting less impact for your money. That makes like no sense whatsoever. I don't know. I mean, I can understand why somebody would try to arbitrage the other direction, but I can't even imagine why anybody would do it the other way. No, no, OJ's, yeah. If you're harassing people, then yes, that is a rule around here. If you're just here to harass people, that's breaking a rule. Captain says, isn't the earnings report in early March 10 days before the vote? Um, I think that's the estimated date, Captain Awesome, but I don't believe that they've actually put out an actual date yet for the meeting. If you go to the AMC website, I doubt, I don't know, maybe it's there. Let's check and see. I'm not asking you to lie, OJ. I'm just asking you if you're here to harass people. Let's see here. I'm gonna go to the AMC website and see if they've got any information on that. Investor relations. It does not appear. Right offhand. Yeah, it doesn't appear right offhand that they've got a date listed. Oh, here it is. Monday, May 9th. Monday, May 9th is going to be the earnings report. So it says right here, AMC 1Q 2020. Oh no, that's 2022. My bad. That was 2022. Yeah, so there's no date listed for 2023 as of yet that I'm seeing, unless I'm missing something on the page here. The only thing that I think that people are kind of relying on right now is like the average time frame that has been that's been listed from the past as a potential date, but I don't know that it's been listed as of yet. Just so you guys know, if you don't agree with something that somebody's saying or something like that, I leave it in your power to be able to disable what it is it's being said. So if you guys want to right click or find the in the chat box, there's three buttons, three little dots to the side of the names. You can click on that and hide their comments, and so you don't have to see what it is that they're saying. It's entirely possible for you guys to just silence people so that you don't have to worry about it. So it's kind of like a self-policing kind of place for the most part. So if you guys just don't agree with what it is that if there's somebody that's disruptive in the community, you can just shut them out. That's your choice. Papa Max says, once they no longer own Ape, why would they vote yes to convert? They would vote no, so they're AMC. But why would they convert back over to Ape and have less shares though afterwards? Because if they lost the vote, even if they voted no, and they still lost the vote, because we know that yes is being voted by a very large population of institutions as of right now. Why in the world would they take that? Why would they take that stance? That's such a risky bet to be making. Really huge risky bet. Dennis, I have not decided to share my opinion and how I'm going to vote on that. Actually, I have decided. I've decided not to share how I'm going to be voting. That I have decided on a while back, ever since I did that whole yes/no thing on Twitter. And so it's kind of one of those situations where I'm just going to simply present the facts that I'm seeing and then let you guys decide for yourselves how you want to vote because that's your choice. I'm not saying that I think that the yes vote is almost certain. I just am saying that it would be massively risking a lot to, imagine if you did exactly what's being suggested is that you're going to sell off all of your Ape position, buy into AMC, reduce the amount of shares, and then the proposals are voted yes, and then you've simply just reduced your position by a huge amount. A factor of almost 2 to 1 probably, because that's what the price difference is right now. It's about a 2 to 1 ratio, right? So you basically be like shooting yourself in the foot by 2 to 1 on a bad choice. That seems like a really risky. I don't know if you know what implied odds are, and you've already got like one third of the total votes out there going towards a yes, your implied odds are not very good to be shooting yourself in the foot on a 2-to-1 gamble. It wouldn't even do you any good. You would, if you kept a hold of your Ape shares, you would still have a position larger than what you had of AMC. Dendy's Plus Plus says, "Don't accidentally block Yucca. You'll live to regret it." Sammy says, "Casey, you're a very diplomatic person. You should work Congress." Compliment. thanks for adding that it was a compliment. I appreciate that because, quite frankly, these these days it's not really a compliment anymore, is it? I appreciate that. Thank you. Um, I do appreciate it. Hey, sometimes though, sometimes I'm not very diplomatic. Sometimes I just tell people to go eat a sandwich. You thought I was going to say something else there, didn't you? I did too. Then people should only be buying Ape right now. No, actually, I've actually said exactly the opposite of that, Papa Mac. To me, if you didn't know which direction something was going to go, and you were going to buy something, then to hedge your bets appropriately, the best way to hedge would to be to split your money into two different piles and say, half my money's going into this pile, my other half's going into this pile because I don't know which way the bet's going to go. So I win in either direction. I'm splitting the difference because I don't know which way. So that's actually really, if you think about it, Papa Mac, when you talk about odds, that's going to be the best way to go. Billy says if the vote ends up being no, when is the earliest they could convene again? Probably. You're making me reach into a bag of I'm not uncertainty numbers. It would probably be, they would have to place a vote again. They'd have to do another date of record where they would count everybody for the vote. Actually, no. You know what? I think if a proposal 3 gets voted yes, they don't have to do the revote. So if 3 gets voted for yes and 1 and 2 are no, or even just 1 or 2 is no, then what wouldn't have to do a record of date, and they could actually just try to elicit votes, yes votes from enough people to get the vote that they needed. And I don't think that you would have a reconvening of the company to do another um, shareholder meeting until they had the votes that they needed. So I really don't know the answer to that. Is Winky the skunk? No, Winky is definitely not a skunk. Somebody wanted me to take a picture. Dang it. I forgot to take a picture. Next time we saw him when we were driving, so I would have had to whip the phone out to do it. But I'll get a picture of him here eventually. Apex says I'm gonna make me a Winky Twitter page. wait for me to get a picture of him first, Apex, and then I can give you a picture of him, and then you can make the page because it's actually really kind of cute. It's when you see how he winks, you'll be like, oh my gosh, that's the cutest thing ever. Especially since he's named Winky. Well, since I named him Winky. Jalopy Ape says, "How come no matter how many shares of AMC I buy a week, the price don't go up?" Part of the problem, and I kind of talked a little bit about this before yesterday, Jalopy, is that a lot of retail doesn't understand that how they place their orders actually helps to cause price to go down. So in some situations, we are our own worst enemy. And you can actually hear it in Gary Gensler when he talks about payment for order flow in regards to best execution. And what you got to understand is that best execution means that they're trying to get you the lowest price possible for your shares, and so unfortunately that helps to drive the price down. So really the trick here when we talk about scratching that ask or slapping that ask, what it means is to buy the ask side of the bid and the ask order book. So and a lot of people don't understand that actually makes a huge difference in price discovery, because payment for order flow really does kind of impact price discovery. So is it are you guys like, I'm reading what Apex says here. Casey, earlier we were discussing how you were feeding a skunk tuna. Is it kind of like that like Pepe Le Pew where he accidentally gets like the white part of his tail like painted off and he's really he looks like a cat but he's a skunk? Yeah, no, that'd be funny. Gladhand or Deb is saying, Casey, agree about outdoor cats and not being able to bring them in. My son did our cat that way and he was miserable. I can only imagine. Roseanne says, I slapped that ass this morning. Congratulations, Roseanne. You know what, Billy? I tend to agree with you. I mean, here's the problem, right? I mean, we all know, we all recognize the fact that AMC needs to pay down their debt to get the books black, right? That's we all know it. Every single one of us knows that's the case. So the question is how are they going to get there? And they're not going to be able to get there without some kind of help with some kind of uh, uh, share offering for to raise capital. So the question is when is that going to happen, or about how is that going to take place? And so that's, I think that's really the kind of question we have to ask ourselves, is like, how are we going to get there? What's, is that going to be something that needs to happen before or after price goes up? And when will we be seeing price going up? It's another question, an important question to be asking. Or would would all of the actions of those two proposals cause price to move to a point to where we could see some kind of upwards momentum uh, through some dilution? I'm actually working on. I haven't started on it quite yet, but and I already done it once before, but I'm going to work on a more in-depth kind of picture of what dilution does for AMC specifically in the past, so that we can take a look at it and see how specifically has dilution impacted AMC. And I'm going to get it out to you guys long before we have to do the vote, so don't worry about that. I just got to get a working weekend into where I kind of put all the information together and show you. And I'm going to have documentation links to the actual pages to where you can find the documentation on where the dilution occurred at, what happened exactly in the market at that point in time when the dilution occurred, and where price moved to shortly thereafter, and just kind of break it all down so you guys can see how exactly dilution works, and specifically on AMC, not other stocks, but specifically on AMC. We've had over 2.5 years worth of time where we've seen dilution that's occurred. We've got plenty of data out there that should support the idea that one thing or another happens. And so I'm going to break it all up and show you. and give you links to back up the information, so that it's not just a trust me bro kind of thing, but you can actually research it for yourself. Devil Inside's throwing up a bunch of skunks. I'm not a skunk, I'm a raccoon. Deb, interesting, fun little fact about my wife. She loves the smell of skunk. She loves it. I don't know what the deal is with her, but apparently she likes that smell. I've never met anybody that said that before. I don't think she's talking about the fresh squirting smell of a skunk. I think she's talking about that lingering smell you get after you drive past maybe like a dead one or something on the road. But it's kind of funny. I know, kind of weird, right? But yeah, she likes the smell. Hey man, some people like the smell of gasoline. Who knows? Everybody's got different smelling senses. For her, she likes it. I hear you, Sammy. I hear you. Tyler Durden says, it's good to see you, Tyler. People also forget, uh, Tyler, do I give you the ass or do I give you the front? I love that movie. We don't talk about it. People also forget. Oh shoot, it's moving too fast. People also forget that part of the debt is recurring monthly debt, operating costs, rents, leasing, inventory, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yes. Every time somebody throws in that 10 billion in debt, Tyler, I always correct them and say you can't count rent as part of the debt. That's operating costs, and you can't count that. So it's always ridiculous to me how people try to throw that in there. Savvy says, "I like the smell of fresh tar." I mean, I think everybody has that like one weird smell that they like that nobody really else. I mean, some people like the smell of glue. Some people like. There's all kinds of weird things that people like the smell of that nobody else likes the smell of, and it's just kind of like, okay. I'm trying to think what my thing is. What weird thing do I like that smells? I figure if I say what hers is, I probably should say what mine is. It's only fair. Um, what's the most weirdest thing I've smelled that smells good to me? Hmm. 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 I just thought of one. I just kind of like, and I almost, it's not because I like the smell, but it's more because Yukon's over here saying sulfur. It's not that I like the smell, it's just that I think it's so freaking funny. But you know how when you're like driving down the road, I don't know if you've ever had this happen to you before, but you're driving down the road, maybe you're on like some kind of family trip or whatever, and you're kind of driving remotely, and you happen to pass that like one area, you go like, oh yeah, we're definitely passing a cow farm. Everybody's like, if anybody's got the window down, everybody's like panicking to try and roll the window up as fast as they possibly can. I love that. I just love the moment of everybody panicking. Because it's just so doggone funny. But I don't know that I necessarily like the smell, but it's funny though. Yes, pirate. That's what my wife says. That she thinks skunk smell smells like. She says that it smells like burnt rubber to her, and that's why she like it. She likes it. It's something about the burnt rubber part of it, I guess, that she likes. Roseanne says 40. Uh, I don't know if I'd call that a weird smell or not, but I do like the smell of like a dentist's office or maybe like a really freshly clean like operating room. But that's not weird though. I think that's actually kind of normal because it's like clean smelling. But you said that part about being a nurse and it made me think of it. I'm so immune to smells, but I will admit I like the smell of gas, but not the ones that come out of buttholes. Rosanna, I didn't think I'd ever see you write in the word buttholes. That I didn't think that would. Being a nurse, buttholes seems like such a sloppy way for for you to type it out there, but that's pretty funny. Yeah, acetone. The acetone smell, no. So that's exactly what it. I like that smell. I like the smell of acetone. Oh, PVC glue is a good one, Richard. Yes, I like the smell of the PVC glue. It's probably because it's got acetone in it. But yeah, that does smell. Anytime you got to go outside and work on the sprinkler system, I'll sign up for that. Let me get that primer out and glue. Good stuff. Oh, what about here's another really good one. Here's another one. The smell of cement, rubber cement. Rubber cement. My parents did an entire wall in my room when I was a kid of pictures of military airplanes, and they got a whole bunch of posters. Being in the Air Force, both of them working out of the Pentagon. They got posters all the time of different airplanes, military airplanes, and we would cut out a collage on an entire wall, and they put it up there. They spent all day working on it using rubber cement and posting. I'm telling you guys, every night I would go to bed staring at those airplanes and just making up like all these like cool, fun like thoughts in my head of me flying in one of those airplanes. It was the coolest wall I've ever seen in my whole life. I don't know if I've got a picture of it anywhere. I hope they have a picture of it somewhere, but it was the coolest wall ever as a kid. Just the whole thing. Big huge wall, full of airplanes. Loved it. Military only though. Casey, there's something funny with earnings date was supposed to be February 27th. I felt like everybody was saying like March 10th. I felt like that was the predicted date. Or projected date was March 10th. Oh, it's 10:08. It's time to do numbers. Yeah, Tyler, I wouldn't say I like the smell. I just think it's funny when people start reacting the way they do. Yep, rubber cement, man. It was the it's pretty decent smell. All right. Islander Dr. Moreau says there will be little time from vote and a Antera sales price will run big. Let's take a look at our numbers, guys. Notice it says, what about burnt gunpowder? I used to live in Virginia, and we used to go to some of the Civil War reenactments that they would do over there in Virginia, and it was just like these huge clouds of because they all shoot their guns at the same time, and then there's like this massive gunpowder cloud floats by, and it's all right. I don't know. It smells good, but it's not like my favorite. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on for numbers here. Give me just 1 second, and I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until after you see the big tramp come back up on. Then I can be able to see what it is you're writing. I do not need to give you guys a two-factor authentication speech. So let me move a couple pages over and we'll get right into what's going on right here. All right, taking a look at off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect about 49% going through off exchange and somewhere between 11 and 12% On EDGX, let's see what we're at currently. We got 56.85% for off exchange, EDGX at 10.9. The grand total 67.75%. That's about 7.75% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is only at 0.03% of our total daily volume, so very low. On Ape, we've got 50.43% of our volume going through off exchange, and EDGX is at 10.63. Combined total 61.06. That's about 1% higher than it should be. Now, this is something I was telling you about earlier today, guys, that with SSR being tripped, the more short exempt volume that's being used for the day, the less likely they'll have to use off exchange and EDGX to control or suppress price. So right now, with it being at 61.06, that's actually pretty low. It's only 1.06% higher than what I would expect on a normal day. So yeah, very, very low numbers, and it's to be expected. CHX volume is very low at 0.03% of the total daily volume. On GME, CHX volume is at 0.11. That's pretty low too. And on HYMC, CHX volume is 0.03, also very low. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago on Ortex, we had 1.23 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.09. That's going to have the impact of lowering the short share interest of the free float just slightly to 22.64%. Cost to borrow min is at 1.04, average 281.28, and max at 358.94. Shares on loan for the day today is at 178.65 million shares. That is down up 2.7 million shares more than the previous trading day. Ortex is estimating about 900,000 shares of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape. Hold on, let me refresh Ape because it doesn't. I don't know if I refreshed it or not here. As of an hour ago on Ape, there was approximately 1.81 million shares having been returned. It's now 3.04 million shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 7.47%. Cost per borrow minute 8.6. Max 8.6 and average 8.6, which means that the 122,000 shares that they borrowed earlier this morning are the only shares they borrowed all morning so far. So only returned shares coming in today on Ape. Taking a look at shares on loan, we saw 4.8 million shares yesterday, or day over day increase on shares on loan, leaving us at 52.92 million shares on loan. Today looks like the day that they're returning some of those, closing out short interest, at least some of the new short interest that was created. Once they bring that price down, they can start collecting. Taking a look at options, highest amount of volume so far for the day today is at a $6 strike. They're at a $6 strike. It went from 6.8 thousand contracts to 18.1. On puts, highest amount of puts is at a $6 strike. It went from 1.5 to 3.9. There is a runner up at $5 though. It's looking like it wants to try and head back to $5 for volume for the day. But as of right now, both the call and the puts are centered around $6 for a closing price on AMC by the end of the day. We'll see if that continues to be the case as it rolls forward. But looking at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we're currently at 857. We did break outside downwards of what appeared to be a little bit of a bullish triangle. It did break out just a few minutes before the suggested box area that I had here. We are finding a little bit of support on this descending level of support that I've drawn up from past historical data that we had. So we'll see if we get a bounce off that and continue to rise in price, but we need to see the market continuing to move upwards in order to get that to be the case. For continuation moving upwards, we may retest that 837. It's a possibility. Always typical to see new lows retested multiple times before seeing the price run. Taking AMC, Ape, and GME into consideration for orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see if they're on the list here. They were not. None of the three were on the list as of an hour ago. They still aren't, likely due to low volume. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $5.15. There are 0 shares available to borrow. That means that they borrowed out the rest of that 35,000 shares from earlier this morning, and they've returned 43,000 shares and borrowed another 1,000 out of there. So we're looking at about 36,000 shares borrowed so far in the last hour. I'm not going to add that to my numbers because I did round up earlier this morning, so we're probably really at around like 1.2 million shares, or sorry, 120,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. But I'm just going to report it as 100,000. For rounding purposes, and fees are currently last seen at 167.5%. NASDAQ is currently up 0.48, Dow Jones is up 0.4, and the S&P 500 is up 0.33. We have 3,333 advancers to 3,104 decliners. The market's less advancing now than it was an hour ago, starting to kind of even out a little bit here. We may see a late market run up if we're going to match what the international markets did yesterday, but let's check out all of our other indicators here and see what's going on. Ethereum Classic is currently showing down 1.34%. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing down 0.41. WTI, or oil, is showing up down 0.52. Mortgage-backed securities are up 0.09%. SPY is up 0.3. A little bit of a cooling off period here. VIX is down 1.68. VTI is up 0.25. VB is down 0.03. Tesla is up 4.58. Amazon is down 3.38. Cinemark is up 0.91. Doge is down 2.73. Bitcoin is down 1.67. GME is down 0.71. HYMC is down 3.25. Hood is up 0.43. CS is down 13.97. Ape is down 0.05, and AMC is down 0.89. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day today, we've got approximately $800,000 more inflow than outflow. 7.69 million shares traded so far. After 108 minutes of trading, puts us on a pace for 27.76 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares. I think there's still a good chance that we see that we hit that. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.97, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure slightly, with RSI at 35.1, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.42, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with multiple divergences in the last 30 minutes, and RSI at 40.31, which is below average. Ape is currently down $1 million, more outflow than inflow. Volume is at 7.18 million shares traded so far after 109 minutes of trading, putting us at a pace of 5.68 million shares by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million on this as well. I think, didn't I? Yeah. Yeah. So 20 to 40 million shares. If we don't see a pickup in the back half of the day today, I might actually be a little bit over on my prediction, but we'll see. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.94, which is basically average on RSI. On a 1-hour time interval, there's I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 43.27, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with what appears to be a divergence almost occurring on that. RSI at 46.43, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.72, which is below average. Ape is at 2.87, breaking even for the day. And AMC is at 5.67, which is down 0.96 for my listeners. I try to repeat the numbers for you guys, but I forget so much. It's like if I don't make it a constant habit, I end up forgetting. Food Dog's stuck on the juices over here. Glenn says, as someone said the other day, AMC has been cooling off for 2 years. Laugh out loud, tired of it. Yeah, I can understand that. Food Dog says he thrives on negative attention when we go off on tangents. As always, laugh out loud. He gets lost because he's in a Bangladeshi call center. I don't think that's the case. I honestly don't think that's the case. Let's see here. Hey, he's still here, by the way. You know what's kind of interesting is one of the things that I've always kind of found as fascinating. I've told you guys, like, if you don't agree with something that somebody's saying, don't give them the views, right? Because when you give them the views, you're just simply helping to promote what it is that they're saying. It's really funny to me to see shills come in here and actively view because um, they're literally promoting by actively participating the channel. So I really find that like so odd. But that's what they do. I guess apparently they think that even just those little tiny seeds are enough to make a difference. So the problem with that Pirate Born is that when you do that, it makes it open season in the Discord, and I don't think that's a good idea. Pirate says, see who has the sand to face the fire. Oh, the sand to face the fire? What? Deb says, if you also engage with the shills, don't they get paid for it? I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. You're asking me like I know. I don't. I sound like Scooby Doo over here. I don't know. I have no idea, Deb. I really don't know. If I was ever a paid shill, I probably would tell you. I mean, it would be fun to. I've always kind of thought it would be fun to like go undercover and like kind of get into that and then just see what it's all about, and then report on it. Be able to report on what it is that you find out. One of you guys could take that on. Maybe you could do a deep dive into finding out what it's like to be a shill and report on it to the rest of us. But I I have no idea. Island of Dr. Moreau says Casey must read Damn It Earnings and Voting and Antera. Selling will be around 5 to 7 days. It will run in between this time. Jeff says, how do I get to higher strike prices for calls on Webull? Are they just set for each brokerage? How do I get to higher strike prices? So they set those up based off of current price movement. So if they're not listing it there, let's see here. If it's not showing up under your current listing, and you should have it set for all strikes. So you have a secondary option in here. You have what price strikes you want to see in what price range. If you don't have all selected, then you're not going to see them all. But if what you see is the highest that's being listed, then the next thing that you would want to do if you wanted to go higher, you'd need to look at getting like some kind of leap, like a leap, or you could do like a quarterly, where there might be higher prices listed under those. Howie Frog says it could be hard coming back from being an undercover shill. I don't, maybe. There might actually already be apes out there that are doing that. You never know. Just saying. Nath says double bottom on the hour. Let's check it out. I'm assuming you're talking about just AMC. So I'll look at just AMC. Yep. From yesterday's price point, I see what you're saying. Normally, whenever you see SSR tripped or synthetic price failure, you do see retests. And I mentioned this, I think, yesterday when we hit the bottom. I said there's going to be likely retests of the bottom before we see the launch. Sometimes there's two, sometimes there's three. If it breaks past it, they found some paper hands along the way. If not, though, there's usually at least 2 to 3 retests of that bottom before you see price running up. And now you're starting to see that it actually is breaking past it now. At this price point, just to throw this out there, they're only 8 cents away from getting some put options in the money. So you can imagine that the desire to try and close out maybe some put positions that may be collectible at $5.50 might be the push. That very well could be the push for the day. Do note that the next SSR tripping point would be at $5.15. And see, Proud Dad says, you guys going to think that I'm BSing you, but about 2 or 3 months ago, my neighbor and I saw one of those balloons here in North Carolina. We couldn't figure it out what it was, but now it makes sense. Yeah, NC Proud Dad, I did see that, and it's based off of a true story. He says, so have you guys heard about the new movie where they're coming out with where they have they're giving cocaine to a bear or something like that? Essentially, what it is the cartel's dropping cocaine drops. People are supposed to be picking them up and then selling them, and they go out into the woods to get their cocaine drop, and apparently a bear got a hold of it, and it sounds like I read somewhere that it was based off of some kind of true story, but it sounds like they kind of took a more of a funny approach to it. and embellishing on it a little bit. So it looks kind of funny. I don't know. I probably I may not necessarily go watch that, but it sounds funny though. Doug says, Casey, hello. Where do we stand on synthetic price failure? I think is what you're putting there. Uh, okay, yeah. For AMC, we already triggered a SPF as of yesterday. So and that trigger point yesterday was at 589 was the 19.5%. 585 was the 20%, and 574 was the 21.5. So we're already below that, with 555 now being our new low. That is 24.2% down from the 732 that we saw last. You're welcome. Anything beyond 26%, guys, typically means that we're going to start moving down further and see a 35% or greater dip in price. So just kind of note that the closer that we get, and I don't know what 35% or 26% is, but let's see if I can figure it out. That'd probably just be easier to just pull it up and math it. 541. So I think I actually saw somebody write in 540 would be the next buying pressure point, and yeah, so it would be something really close to 540 likely. Pirate Born says the bear died of an overdose immediately. Brian Jeffries says this system is rigged. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party, Brian. You're not kidding. Bird Eye says February 9th, Citigroup bought 22 million puts on AMC and 9 million calls. Is it February 9th? Are you? That's today, by the way, Bird Eye. Is that the reporting date, or is that the actual date that they were purchased? Because I mean, that is today. Do note, Bird Eye, that you're going to see more and more of these reports coming out from Q4. So remember that, not to forget that your reporting date is not the same thing as the purchase date. And Q4 could mean all the way back to October, by the way. Yeah, okay. So if it's a 13F that was filed today, you're gonna have a shit ton of 13Fs coming out, Bird Eye. They have 45 days to close those out after the quarter ends, which means you're should be the 14th, I believe, of this month. So until the 14th of this month, was it 14th? Yeah, 14th of this month, you're gonna see a lot of those 13Fs coming through. That's all stuff that happened back in October, November, and December of last year. None of that's current. It's all old. Doug says I got 540 and 480 for 35. Yeah, that sounds about right. Tyler says, Casey, correct me if I am wrong, or if you already mentioned it, but are we supposed to be getting our proxy votes today? No, I'm not. I think today would be the earliest that you could see your final um, any kind of proxy vote at all. I think today would be the earliest. I don't know when you're going to get it exactly, but I think today would be the earliest. No, it's not that it could be delayed info. I can assure you, Bird Eye, that that is delayed information. I can undoubtedly assure you that that is delayed information. They have to file the Q4. The Q4 filings are due by the 14th, and you see majority of them filed within a week before the due date. So you're going to see tons of filings coming in between, you know, anywhere from January 1st all the way up until February 14th. But the closer we get to the end date that they can file those, and then what you're going to see is you're going to see it die off. You're going to see like all these filings just disappear starting February 15th. Actually, sometimes every once in a while you get a few stragglers that kind of show up in there, but for the most part, though, everybody's done filing by the 14th. And if you want to confirm this, Bird Eye, you know what? The funniest thing you can do here, this is going to be an aha moment for you. When you go in there and you take a look at the reporting dates, let me actually pull it up here so I can show you what it is I'm talking about. There's gonna be an aha moment for you. You're gonna be like, dude, I never even noticed that before. And I'll be like, yep. Let's see here. Filing date. Let's see here. Let's see if I can find this. I don't remember exactly where it came up at that I realized that this was the case. But when I first saw it, I was like, oh, that makes sense. Let me see here. That's not it. I think it's this one. Okay, yeah, here we go. So let me show you what it is I'm going to click on here so you know what it is I'm looking at. So if you come into any one of those 13F filings in here, right? When you click on the actual link to the filing on any one of these, you can click on it. And then when you scroll down here a little bit, you'll see that it says file date is over here on the left-hand side. And then the next one is effective date. Go in there and look at that and look at the effective date, right? That's really gonna clue you into what it is that I'm talking about. Because you're gonna see really fast that there's very specific dates that those show up on, and it's on quarterlies. You'll see, you can see here's one for 12/31, here's another one for 3/31, here's one for 12/31. It's all based off of quarterly reportings on these 13Fs. So once you realize that and you realize, oh, okay, so this is definitely old information. It's just that it got filed today. Filing date was 2/9, but the effective date was 12/31 of 2022, which means that all of this data came from the compiled source of this information came from the fourth quarter for the filing. So, it's kind of one of those aha moments when you go like, oh, so none of this is actually current. This is all really old information. So when you come in here and you click on, for example, that Citigroup one, the calls and puts especially, you can actually click on that file. You go over and take a look at it. You can see all the filings that are in here. You can see the effective dates for these 12/31, 9/30, 6/30, 3/31, 12/31, 9/30, 6/30, 3/31, 12/31, 9/30, 6/30, 3/31, 12/31. These 13F filings are quarterly reports, man. You're just getting information that's delayed by 3.5 months, no, 4.5 months almost. So, it is what it is. Yep, 45 days is what they have until the end of the quarter. So this is all really old information that you're collecting right now. Let's see. What are you saying here? Nice one, Pirate. Bird Eye says, well, if all these filings are added up and dated back 45 days, you can see their share overmint and algo. I mean, it's like the net result of what occurred over a 3-month period of time, I guess, if you want to put it that way. Within those 45 days, they can move shares. It's to all on one day either. No. I'm not sure what you're saying there. Within those 45 days, can they move shares all in one day? No, that's not usually how it works. They're consistently doing, movement back and forth, and then they just have to compile the data to show what their current position is by the end of the quarter. So a lot of these positions are taking place. They don't all have to be taking place on one specific day. They could be compiled over many different days, all added together. And that's the final reporting after the quarter. So you're not getting the whole. You're getting the end result is what you're getting. You're not getting the current movement on a constant basis. Chris says, "What are the odds that Gary Gensler is playing puts all along?" They might be pretty good odds. I don't know. Let's hope not, man. Let's hope not, Chris. I'm gonna go with probably, but I don't know. Speculation. Tyler Durden, I'd say it's more like we know now why Yogi the Bear was. Oh no, I guess it wasn't Yogi. It was dang it, what was his name? Smokey. Smokey the Bear. The reason why Smokey the Bear was so against forest fires was because everybody was burning up his cocaine stashes. He was like, you're killing my product. Stop." What was his catchphrase? I'm trying to remember what Smokey the Bear would say. He'd say, what was his? I'm trying to remember what his punchline was. I can't remember. Smokey the Bear's not punchline, but Carol. No, let's see. That's not what he said. Smokey the Bear soon became popular. Oh, only you can prevent forest fires. That's right. Only you can prevent forest fires. Ah, man. I feel like I let everybody down here not being able to remember that. Look, all you guys are saying it like you knew right off the top of your head what the answer was. I couldn't remember. You know what I want to say? When I think of it, and when I'm trying to think of it, the only thing that pops into my head is um, you can take a bite at a crime. What was that guy's name? The Hound, something the Hound, right? Oh man, I should put that up for a poll. I'm putting that up for a poll. McGriff. That's right. McGruff. McGruff. No, it's McGruff. It's McGruff. We got to end this poll here. Paying for trades is what you guys want. Scruff McGruff. I'm gonna ask, are you guys more of a Scruff McGruff or a Smokey the Bear fan? That's gonna be the new poll. I don't know why. I don't know why. But I feel like I remember. I don't know. They were both like. I gotta post this poll up here. All right, I'm gonna put this poll up. I feel like I need like a third option. Scruff McGruff. I'm gonna make sure I want to spell these correctly because I don't think I am. Is it Scruff? Okay, maybe it's just one. Maybe it's just one. No, it is two F's. It is make. Okay, I did spell it right. It's two F's on the end of the. Yeah, I spelled it right. It doesn't like how I spelled it, but whatever. Smokey the Bear. Who was another? Who was another? There's got to be one other one. Wasn't there at least one other one? I can't remember. I'm trying to think of another one. Schoolhouse Rock Bill. All right, I put those three in there. I should have put the conjunction junction dude in there instead to see if he could beat him out. See if you guys liked him better. James of Arizona says Mr. Rogers. I'm just kind of curious, like which one you're more a fan of here. So Smokey the Bear is getting the big win right now. Schoolhouse Rock Bill, he's not getting any votes. No love for Schoolhouse Rock Bill. Man, that's pretty sad. I know all my police officers and my firefighters that are listeners here, and I'm not gonna call you out, but I know you guys are over there like secretly, rooting for your character that represents your departments. So good luck to you guys. There's such a competition between police officers and firefighters all the time. It's always kind of I've always thought it was funny. I don't understand like why they would be in why there's a competition between police officers and firefighters. I have no idea, but for some reason or another there is. Garrett's investment company says Buffett is selling all of his stocks is kind of scary. Is he selling all of his stocks? Hold on a second here. That is big news. Let's see if I can pull up any current news on it. Let's see here. Most of this is all 2021, 2022. I don't see any 2023. I don't see any current news articles on Warren Buffett. So, 1 hour ago. Here we go. Warren Buffett sells China EV giant shares. BYD stock advances. Warren Buffett's Berkshire is a defensive play for 2023. Berkshire Hathaway, how to think about Apple the way Buffett does. Berkshire Hathaway's huge position in Apple Incorporated reflects many Buffett principles: brand power, low capital needs, and finding growth. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything about him selling. Yeah, that doesn't. I don't see any news articles specifically stating that he's selling off all of his positions. So I actually kind of find that hard to believe because I mean that's how you make money, right? Like if you uh, investing in things that you know they're going to have quick turnarounds, especially if the market's going to be moving downwards, is investing in those quick turnaround places. Yeah, Dr. Zeno says Warren is not selling off all his stock. I can't imagine that he would. It wouldn't make much sense. I mean, most of those guys know that that's. I mean, if you want to make money, it's about investing it. It's not about holding on to it. So um, it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense for him to sell everything. Yeah, I feel like I did watch Tenant. Yucca Free says, Casey, breaking news: Warren Buffett adopts the Island Boys. They're in trouble. Michael Conley says volume is way down today. It sure is. You're not wrong. Way, way down. But volume down and price down is bullish. So that's not bad. Helpful hint, 98% of what most tubers say is BS. Thanks, Dr. Zeno. Appreciate that, man. I don't really view myself as a tuber anyways, so. But yeah, you know what? 98% of what I say is BS anyways. Why not? I'll run with it. DJ says scratch that ask. Yucca Frida, did you put in I think you put in the song that I played for the day today. I saw all the other I saw all of the other what's the word I'm looking for? Songs that you put in for the music suggestions. And to be honest with you, like I had to pass on most of those. They're rough, man. I can't play some of those. It's just it kills me on the inside. I don't think I am, Jared. I don't think I'm in the 2%. No, no, no. Doctor Zeno, I was trying to be funny, but it didn't really come out funny. So it made it sound like you were more like, it sounded like I was making you into being kind of a dick. But no, I actually, it's funny. It's funny you should say that. My wife was watching a YouTuber and they were talking about Botox and fills and all that kind of good stuff and I told her I was like, don't do it, don't do it. So it's kind of one of those things where I'm like, don't listen to what it is they're saying. Like, actually go out and talk to people who actually had it done and see if that's something, then find out. But yeah, I just you know verify everything, guys. Just because you heard it on YouTube doesn't necessarily mean it's true. Go verify for yourself. I mean, I wouldn't even take my own word for anything. I would verify everything and it's your hard-earned money we're talking about here, guys. Hard-earned money. You put your blood, sweat, and tears, your hours of work into it, and it's like, why in the world would you take my opinion? It's your money. Don't take my opinion for it. Do the research, and if you find out that what I'm saying is true one, two, three times, that still doesn't mean that you should go out there and just trust everything that it is that I say. Like, research everything yourself, inform yourself, be better, be excellent. Steven says this is 100% BS momentum volume running to the upside, then halted for retail protection, right? And then we go down 30% in 3 days. This is the most corrupt system ever. Well, welcome to the game, Steven. But you're not, though. You're not, Dr. Zeno. I actually agree with what it is that you're saying, man. I totally agree. Don't just take anybody's word for it online. Do the research yourself. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Aaron is coming in here with the joke. Ooh boy, I don't even know if I can read this out loud. Oh man, here we go. You're gonna piss some people off here, Aaron. and they're the people that are supposed to save your life. All right, here we go. We're gonna jump into this one, this mess here. Aaron says, "What do cops and firemen have in common?" I love you too, Roadster guy. What do cops and firemen have in common? Bird Eye says cops and firefighters both take tax money to be paid, but they think they're better than their bosses, the people. That's messed up. Let's see. Michael Burry just said it's time memesters look up what a Death Spiral convertible is. It's time. Come on, Aaron, you can't put a joke out there like that and then wait like 30 minutes to put the answer out. Or are you just are you legitimately asking? Man. Dr. Zena says cops sounds like has the ah sound. It's hot catching me over here. Casey, you didn't like the KLF brand? Wait a minute. I don't know what that is. Is that a song? Was that one of the choices? Hold on a second here. I'm going back and looking. Oh, you know what? I didn't look that far back. I didn't see it. Oh, there's more than that. Peter Quest, Nitrous GTR. Yeah, I guess I didn't see that. Stream lag here, but most cosmetic procedures. Oh, wait. Deb says stream lag here, but most cosmetic procedures look good for a few years, but after a while, when the face really drops, it all looks like hell. You know what, Deb? That's my point, right? That's what I'm saying. And I'm going like, don't trust a freaking YouTuber that just got it done yesterday. Go out and talk to somebody who's had it done like 10 years ago and see how they feel about it. You know? Like don't just listen to somebody who's doing something right now. Did AA Ron literally like just take like drop that question and then never say the answer? Dude, hold up. What the hell? Hold on a second. He's still here. Come on, AA Ron, come on. Maybe he just wants to see who's like pro uh servants of the state and who's not. He's taking tally marks. He's looking to see he's looking to see who he's going to go after. Ooh, Zeki says they both wanted to be firefighters when they grow up. Ooh, them fighting words. Nana says maybe he had to poop. Answer Yucca. Let's see, what did Yucca say here? In case you didn't like. Oh yeah, I did. I didn't see it, but I actually don't even know what that is though either. KLF band. I'm not even sure. I'd have to listen to it. I probably have heard it. I just don't know the names. Ken Gross says it's a long answer and he types slowly. It's probably like one word. This is so messed up. I feel like I'm held hostage here to seeing what the answer is to this joke that's not feeling like a joke anymore. I don't even remember what the question was. he's gonna put out the answer. He's gonna put out the answer for his joke, and I'm gonna read it, and I'm gonna be like, "What are you talking about?" Oh man. Like everybody, as soon as he puts his answer in, everybody just say like, "What are you talking about?" Like don't like like I have no idea what you're talking about, Aaron. Why? What are you going on about? Jabib says, "Is it my understanding that if the conversion gets extended due to a no vote after the 90 days, Adamaran could begin diluting Ape?" I think it was after the initial agreement takes place that they could go 90 days, so it might actually be sooner than that. All right, look, the fact that you laughed, Aaron, and then you didn't put in an answer, like, what the hell, man? I'm done with you. I'm so done with you. They both want to be firemen. Wait, what? Oh, burn. Burn. What are you talking about? I have no idea what are you talking about? What? What are you even talking about? I didn't play that one off very well. I went straight to the burn. Oh man. Stop, AA run. Just stop. Took forever to get that answer, and that really disappointed me. All right, I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not gonna see what it is you guys are continuously writing in here because we already got our answer on on what what do they have in common. Yeah, no, I got it, Tony. I definitely got it. You didn't have to type that in there for me. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at these numbers here before that was such a ooh. That joke hit hard, man. That was rough. No two-factor authentication speech. Remember, when the big tramp's not on the screen, I can't see what you guys are writing. So hold those comments, thoughts, or questions for me until you see the big tramp back up there, as I will not be able to see what it is you're writing. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect about 62% going through both off exchange and EDGX combined as a normalcy. As of right now, AMC has 54.33 through off exchange, EDGX at 11.65. The combined total 65.98, or about 3%. No, sorry, 4% higher than what it should be by this time of the day. 62, 63, no, 3%. 63, no, 62%. 62% is where we're supposed to be. Sorry, my bad. So it's about 4% higher than where we're supposed to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is really low. Off exchange for Ape, and this is what I was talking about earlier. Whenever short exempt volume is able to be used, you typically see off exchange not as heavily used. Right now it's at 48.31%, and EDGX is at 10.58. So we're at 58.89% of our volume going through those exchanges, which is lower by 1.2, or sorry, what am I saying? 3.2 million less than it should be. 3.2 ish, 3.1, somewhere around there. And CHX volume is at 0.04% of the daily volume. It's not very high. GME has CHX volume at 0.15. It's not very high. And HYMC is at 0.02, so not very high on that one either. Today is a very slow day today. Taking a look at AMC and Ape on Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.09 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 0.907, or 907,000 shares. It's going to have a slight decreasing effect on short share interest of the free float to 22.62%. Cost per borrow min is at 1.04, average 281.51, and max 358.94. Shares on loan for the day today is at 2.7 million shares. Day over day, that's an increase. And Ortex is estimating that about 900,000 shares of that was in new short interest, leaving shares on loan at 178.65 million shares. On Ape, as of an hour ago, there was 3.04 million shares having been returned. It's now 3.66 million shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering that short share interest of the free float to 7.43%. Cost to borrow min is at 6.2, average 7.05, and max at 8.6. Shares on loan for the day, day over day, increased by 4.8 million shares, leaving our shares on loan at 52.92 million shares. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call contracts is at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there was 18.1 thousand contracts. There's now 31.3. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. That's a dollar less than what it was an hour ago. An hour ago at 6, there was 3.9 thousand contracts. At 5, there is now 7.1 thousand contracts. So big jump here in puts, thinking the price is going to continue to move downwards. And so the market's kind of suggesting now a closing price not around 6, but it's somewhere between 5 and 6 before the end of the day. So let's see what happens. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we are $8.40. We did retest the 837 level here. As you can see, the low was 837. We tested right on it. I guess we'll see. If it breaks through or holds 837 is going to be the big question right now. Let's see what we got going on here. Based off of what I'm seeing right here, if we don't consolidate and break out right about here, which is going to be at about 12:30 this afternoon, Eastern Standard Time, between 12:30 and 12:44. If we don't break out right there heading back up, there's a very strong chance we continue to move downwards here before the end of the day is out. And let me just get an idea for where we're at in pricing. 825 to 816. We may see the breakout somewhere in this kind of area right in here. So we're going to need to see 837 hold and see consolidation into this box. Some movement along this kind of path here and then a breakout going back up. Or it's going to break through 837 and continue to fall down this descending wedge here until it gets down to this point down in here. Which we're, the kind of price point that I'm looking at here is somewhere in the range of like seeing a bounce at 813 to perhaps 830 combined. Orders by Fidelity customers, I'm only looking for AMC, Ape, and GME. None of the three have been on the list here for the 30 most heavily traded stocks for the day today. Still not showing up on the list. Trigger price for SSR is at $5.15. Ape triggers at 2.583. Shares available to borrow is 0. And it looks like they have borrowed a few more shares out of the ETFs. I'm not quite at the point yet where I would probably start counting these. But last known fees were at 167.5%. NASDAQ is down, or is up rather, 0.35. Dow Jones is up 0.26, and the S&P 500 is up 0.26. We now have 3,454 decliners to 3,017 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing now. We have Ethereum Classic is down 1.8%. DXY is down 0.42. WTI is down 0.43. No, it's breaking even, rather. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.15 to 0.17. SPY is up 0.29. VIX is up 0.56. VTI is up 0.21. VB is down 0.16. Tesla is up 5.53. Amazon is down 0.5. Cinemark is down 0.76. Doge is up, or down rather, 3.13. Bitcoin is down 1.7 at 22.5 a coin. GME is down 1.61. HYMC down 2.28. HUD down 4.3, CS is down 13.68, Ape is down 0.52, and AMC is down 4.28 for the day today. Watch for a speedy turnaround on price, maybe at the end of the day today. It's kind of what I'm expecting, but we'll see. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case or not, but I'm kind of expecting a little bit of a turnaround in the market towards the end of the day. Taking a look at the 4-hour, oh, not yet. Taking a look at the inflow versus outflow on AMC, there's almost exactly the same amount of inflow and outflow, just slightly more inflow. Volume is at 11.01 million shares traded so far for the day today after 160 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 26.83 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 20 and 40 million. I do think that we'll probably hit that. I'm expecting to see some more volume at the end of the day today. On a 4-hour time interval, there's way more selling pressure than buying pressure right now. RSI is at 36.26, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.27, which is below, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 26.17, which is oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.03, signaling oversold. Taking a look at Ape, there's approximately $900,000 more outflow than inflow. 8.66 million shares traded so far after 161 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 20.97 million shares. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares. It's starting to look like we're going to have even less volume than I thought we were going to have going through there. But on a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.06, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence of the vortex indicator on that. RSI at 40.9, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.62, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.76, which is below average. We are getting a tightening of the Bollinger Bands. Oftentimes when you get that tightening of the Bollinger Bands, you do see a little bit of an explosive breakout going one direction or another. Let me go back over here to AMC only. See what kind of volume we have moving here. Let's see, daily 1-minute chart. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure out, what do we have, falling volume or, yeah, we definitely have falling volume. Falling volume and falling price lead to a bullish move. So, and then I'll put it up on the screen so you guys can see it as well. But here's our profile for the day to day, and you can see, obviously, you can see that over this entire time frame right here, you can see that there's falling price over the last 2 days, and you can see that the profile on the volume is falling. It's starting to turn around towards the top side here. We're starting to see a little bit more volume coming in here, but we're also seeing price starting to rise when it does come in. So, that's a good indication of perhaps a reversal that may be kicking in. And let's see what we got going on here. I can see what it is you guys are writing again here. I'm going to start with Bird Eye Photography. If you're planning to retire in the next 3 years, oh shoot, it moved so quick I couldn't see it. Let's see here. Barry Electronic says, what's the difference of a snowman and a snow woman? Is this gonna be another like I gotta wait a half hour for the answer? I hope not. I don't want to do that anymore. Whoa, Tony, I don't know what's going on, man. I'm trying to look to see. I'm not sure what's going on. Snowballs. That's got to be the right answer, Billy. That's got to be. I know I've heard that one before somewhere. It's just been so long since I've heard it, I couldn't remember the answer. Yep, there he is. Barry Electronics saying snowballs. Uh, Tony, I hope everything's going on okay, man. I don't know what I didn't see what was said earlier, but I'm scrolling back up a little bit here, but I don't know where I got to move to. But all people equal, man. That's what Apes is all about. What does the Pillsbury Doughboy have under his apron? Donuts. Okay. Batter says, Casey, do you follow Cassandra, aka Michael Burry? He placed a tweet with regards to memesters. Yeah, you know what? I go to break here in like 3 minutes, and I was actually when somebody had mentioned it a little bit ago, I kind of wanted to go check it out and see what it was that he wrote. I think I follow his account. I'm not positive. Let me look and see. I'm almost positive that I do. Um, I'm looking to see. Let's see. Sometimes I wish it was like easier to find people. Um, I'm pretty sure I'm following like the Michael Burry archive because it used to be that he would delete his messages. And so if you just follow the Michael Burry archive, and I am following that one, I may not necessarily be following Michael Burry. Nope, I am. I'm following Cassandra BC, and I'm also following the Michael Burry archive. But the Michael Burry archive is showing it's time memesters look up what a death spiral convertible is. And in a tweet before that on February 7th, he says, "This time is different." Let's see what he's posting up here. I gotta go to the bathroom. Starting to dance in my chair a little, doing the potty dance. I gotta jiggle around here. Gotta move. Let's see here. SPX index, Fed LO1 index. I'm gonna look into this. I definitely want to see what it is that he's writing, but yeah, I do follow him. Yeah, I did see when he said when he said sell the other day. I did see that. Barry Electronics, take care, man. Am I worried about diminishing returns for AMC? Not really. Not so long as I think with all the investors that we have involved in this right now, and especially with this vote that's coming up here, I don't think that that's going to continue to be a thing in the future. So I'm not really worried about it. I know that they have the availability to be able to raise capital, and that won't be a problem any further. So I don't know when that's going to happen or how they're going to choose to do it or when retail is going to decide to let that happen. I can't really control any of those things, but I don't see that as a problem. Take care, Barry. Uh, the interesting thing about this place, Tony, and I know you've been here a while, so you know what I'm talking about. It's not my people, man. You all are part of the community, and we all have to figure out how to work things out together as a community. And if you think that there's the people who are monitoring this community are not my people. They're the people who make up the community. I've never once met more than there might be three moderators or maybe four moderators that I've actually met in person. Uh, it's this is they're made up of people who are part of the community who created the community, and so they're not my people. It's literally a conglomeration of random individuals who make up shareholders. And we're in a fight here for something entirely different than what it is that you want to fight about right now. And so if you want to make this about a fight on something else, then we're going to make it a fight about something else. And that's what we're going to focus on. And that's not going to be the thing that's going to help us out here. So make it a fight about what you want to make it a fight about. But I'm telling you right now that we don't have very many people on our side. So make the fight count and choose to ignore the things that aren't going to really help things happen. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand what you're saying. I didn't see the conversation. I don't know what happened. But I do trust that the community can self-police. I really do believe the community can self-police, and I don't have to be the person that steps in and does things all the time. So fight what you want to fight for, man. You know what I'm saying? What are you here for? What do you really want to see change? And I'm sure you've got your own convictions on other things as well. We all bring in our own baggage. Every single one of us. We all bring in our own baggage. None of us have the same baggage. None of us. It's all different. But I still hold for you. Smokey the Bear is getting the lead right now on Scruff McGruff and Schoolhouse Rockbill. Something I saw last night too. I mean, they're not telling you to go, Tony. I think they're just basically saying like, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I didn't see the conversation. I really don't know what happened. But, we can focus on that. Is that what do you want to make this the focus on that? Let me go back and I can go back and read it and turn this into like a big old ordeal and or we could just drop it and be like, hey, you know what? Let bygones be bygones and we can just all continue to coexist. Choose to not see eye to eye on maybe a subject matter or something like that and just move forward. What do you want to do? Do you want me to stop everything and we can just focus on what it is that you want to fight for? We can do that. Dr. Cena says, let's discuss snorting cocaine. Oh, no, it doesn't say cocaine. I don't even know what the hell that is. Choline? Choline? I don't know. I'm telling you what, though. It's time for me to take a break. We'll see what happens, Tony, you know? Maybe you guys can work it out while I'm gone. That would be my hopes. AP says no break. AP, it's good to see you, brother. Yeah, I got to take a break, though. Respect to you too, Tony. I totally respect you, man. I respect you totally. And I understand that there was a problem. I want to respect that. I want to respect that there was a problem, but I'm just asking, everybody to just kind of move forward and focus on what's at task here, you know? So but yeah, I gotta go take a leak. Like who said that? Somebody said that I gotta take. I do. I'm like dancing in my chair here almost. Um, Titleist guy, you're welcome, man. How do you fling poo, full fists or fingers? Yeah, I got a story for you about that. Oh man. All right, I'm gonna head to break, guys. I'm gonna head to break. I'm in a positive note here, and if you guys got problems, contact me on the side. I'm always open and available on the side for you guys to contact me and just tell me like what's going on, what you're having a problem with, and send it to me. Like, literally like send me a message and say like, dude, this is what happened. I'm not comfortable with this. And let's do that. Let's talk on the side about it and figure it out and see if we can't work things out and come to some kind of like better resolution. But throwing it up in here in the middle of a day where we're all trying to focus on the numbers and the stock movement and all that kind of stuff and just trying to stay happy while prices are moving down, it's not going to help any. So I'm going to see you guys after I take a break. And Tony, contact me on the side. No joke. Send me a message. We'll talk. I'll see you guys in a little bit. All right, guys, I'm back. Real quick here, I want to point something out to you guys because when I was on break there, I was going like something's going on with this market right now. It's kind of obviously, right? Didn't need to tell you that. So let me show you something on what I found here, and I think this is kind of interesting. I'm gonna take you guys over to the single page here, and I want you to see the mortgage-backed securities. Look at that dump right there. The mortgage-backed securities took a dump from 95.22 all the way down to 94.94 on BlackRock's mortgage-backed securities, and then on Vanguard's mortgage-backed securities, also a dump occurred there. From the past, I've mentioned before that we've seen sometimes when they're hunting or when they need quick money to inject into the marketplace, as you're starting to see prices kind of fail, oftentimes you see it coming out of the mortgage-backed securities, right? You go like, oh, mortgage-backed security dumps real quick, and next thing you know, the market starts heading the other direction. Do note here that this dump on the mortgage-backed securities started at 1303, the big dip here. And if we go over to if we go to BlackRock's mortgage-backed securities, see, it was 1303 on Vanguard. It was 1303 on BlackRock's as well. So if we go to 1303 on the SPY, what specifically is happening at 1303? Not a whole heck of a lot of anything. But the downwards momentum had already occurred in the marketplace, and it was already kind of cooling off a little bit. But by 1303, seems to have leveled out pretty decently. Let's take a look and see if we've got any other things that are occurring at 1303 here. I'm on the daily on this one. 1303. Here goes the U.S. dollar starting to head up here. 1303 on the U.S. dollar's rate. Right here. We're at it. I don't know why this is. It's reported. It's a little delayed on the reporting on this, but this is what's happening on the U.S. dollar right now. It's spiking up. Let's take a look at other 1303s. We might see a little bit of a change here in direction. I'm not sure. VIX. Let's see. VIX is showing 1303 as well, right there. Let me go back over here real quick. I want to see if there's like any like specific like corresponding like movement that kind of occurs around the same time. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. Kind of interesting. I would be I'm going to keep a close eye on these mortgage-backed securities and see if they continue to dip and see if we don't see like a market recovery that coincides perhaps with the dipping of the mortgage-backed securities in value. We'll see. But it is time to take a look at our numbers here. And Darren says, Casey, the fairies are at work. I know, right? Bird Eye says they sold off mortgage-backed securities to cover SPY dumping. I mean, that's what it kind of looks like, right? I mean, it really looks like that, but I can't quite confirm it though. I mean, it does kind of look like that, but I mean, you can see it was a big drop that just kind of came out of nowhere at 1303. But I can't really quite see it on like the SPY. The drop on the SPY really was started around 1230-ish, and then dropped all the way down till about 1250, and then it was about 13 minutes later that the mortgage-backed securities actually took the dump as the SPY was starting to run. As the SPY was starting to run up, it completed its run, and then the mortgage-backed securities dumped, which I find to be kind of backwards. But I'm not sure what's happening here. It's kind of weird. Weird stuff going on here. Let's take a look at volume. What's volume doing? It's pretty even keel. Let's look at the daily on the volume on the SPY. Hmm. Volume so far for the daily on the SPY is sitting at 35 million shares. Let's see what we got going on here. We're about 227 minutes into trading, putting us on a pace for 60 million shares traded for the day. Yesterday we saw 76. Day before that was 90 million. The day before that was 60 million. So, and volume usually falls off throughout the day. So we're looking at like a less traded volume day to day. I don't know, man. This is some weird stuff kind of going on here. I mean, we're seeing the breakout that I was mentioning earlier this morning, a potential start of the breakout of the upwards ascending flag or wedge that we've got kind of going on here, and it does starting to appear like it's wanting to break to the bottom side of this. I said 417 for a high on the SPY today, and the high was 414.5. I don't know. I don't want to call it this early that it's going to break down, because I mean it's got to open up tomorrow outside of the wedge here. But if it does open up outside the wedge here, it could fall pretty quickly. As it's showing that it's not showing signs of support. There is a doji candle yesterday. Actually, it's not a really good doji candle. It's more 4 days ago. It was more of a doji. I don't know. This is a weird one, man. Something's happening. Something is happening here, and I'm not exactly sure what it is, but it doesn't look right. it doesn't feel right, if you know what I mean. Something's not working the way it's supposed to. Well, let's take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on here. I'm going to take you guys tinfoil food time. SPY goes below 350. Everett D says, yeah, everyone is getting ready for a dump. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's what it is or not. But it's, something's happening there. Stephen, you bring up a great point. I am going to talk about that today. Glenn is saying, is the OBV okay on what, AMC or the market? Man, everything is just look at CS. CS is down almost 15% right now. Bitcoin's down to 22.5 a coin. Hmm. All right, Glenn, we'll take a look at it. Let me go through the roll through the numbers, Glenn, and we'll take a look at it because I'm pretty sure you mean AMC on that. Yeah, okay, yeah, you did. You said AMC. We'll take a look at it here in just a little bit. Um, let's look at the overall numbers though. Take you guys over the other screen. I'm not gonna be able to hold. I'm not gonna be able to hold. I was reading what Apex wrote when he put BTC needs, or no, who said it? Somebody said something. Oh yeah, he said Bitcoin needs to retest 2150. I was like, it's not going to hold. That's what I was thinking in my head when I said that. I'm not going to be able to read what it is you guys are saying, so hold those comments, thoughts, or questions until after I get done with these numbers here, and you see the big tramp show back up on the screen again. It's just I'm really perplexed by what's going on right now. I really don't. Just weird stuff going on. Two-factor authentication. I think I'm gonna have to give you guys the speech here. Yep, I took too long. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could keep somebody out of your account, and that's a good thing. When you do set yourself up, make sure you put in a secondary device if it allows you to, so that in case something happens to your primary, you'll still have access to your account by sending it to that other device. Also, I'm asking people to start taking pictures of their portfolios and saving them, or maybe even video. You could do a video footage, a live stream of you looking at your portfolio, and saving that in a folder someplace, because banks make errors, brokers make errors. Always good to protect yourself in case of an error. And if you have an inactive account and it's not moving a whole lot, then you could probably take it like once a week or something like that, and still get away with being protecting yourself pretty well. But I would suggest once a day. But let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I expect off exchange to be somewhere in the range of what time is it? 63% off exchange and EDGX combined. On Ape, on AMC rather, we have 54.53%. EDGX is at 12.41. Combined total 66.94%. That's about 3.94% higher than it usually would be. CHX volume only at 0.12%. Taking a look at Ape, off exchange is showing up at 50.13, EDGX at 9.57, grand total 59.7%. It's about 3.3% lower than it should be by this time of the day, which means they're using a lot more short exempt volume more than likely than as SSR was tripped yesterday for Ape. GME CHX volume pretty low. Ape's CHX volume is pretty low, and HYMC's CHX volume is pretty low. Taking a look at the Ortex data. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 907,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 680. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float to 22.61%. Cost per minute 1.04, average 281.06, and max is at 358.94. Shares on loan for the day increased day over day by 2.7 million shares. Ortex is estimating about 900,000 shares of that was in new short interest. Shares on loan are currently now at 178.65 million shares. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, Ape had 3.66 million shares having been returned. That's still the same. It leaves the estimated short share interest of the free float at 7.43%. Cost per min is at 6.2, average 7.07, and max 8.93. Shares on loan day over day increased by 4.8 million shares, leaving the total amount of shares on loan at 52.92 million shares. Looking at options. I saw something. I don't know if this person watches the stream or not, but I saw something a little disturbing when I was on break. I saw somebody really kind of like berating people for their options and the choices that they made on their options. And I know I talk negatively about it, but it's only because I care about you guys, and I want to make sure that you're making good bets, that you're making money and not losing money. So whenever I talk about it, I'm not trying to berate you guys. It's your money, it's your choice. You spend it how you want to. I don't ever want you guys to think that I'm sitting here like telling you, you're an idiot or anything like that. I'm not saying that. It's absolutely your choice. But I don't want to see you bleeding off your money into the pocketbooks of the people who we're trying to fight against here. And so, I hope you guys don't ever feel that way. It's not my intent, because that person that posted that, it was harsh. It was pretty harsh, and I especially when people are taking losses. It's like it's not comfortable, and I know it. So I hope you guys don't feel that way. Just know that I have, I want you guys to make the most money you possibly can. So, and a $6 strike for call options. That's the highest amount of options for the day today in volume. An hour ago, there was 31.3 thousand contracts. There's 39,000 contracts now. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there were 7.1 thousand contracts. There's now 20.7 thousand contracts. And this market is taking some swings here. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape added together, we have a total of, we fell out of this descending wedge right here. And we fell out right where I had my initial block from earlier in the day. But it was to the downside and not to the upside. And this is a pretty steep wedge to be breaking to the downside. So, suck it up, buttercups. Because we're in for a ride. We're in for a ride right here. This is a rodeo, and it's not your first time on this horse, hopefully. So, you know what it is that we're dealing with here. And let me just show you one thing when I zoom out to a 30-minute interval here. I'm like, I don't mean to put you guys down, and I hope you don't feel bad, but suck it up, buttercup. Oh man, Casey, he always knows what to say. He's always got the right words, that guy. Let's see here. Taking a look at this. So on a standard cup and handle, the usual point at which the price is going to fall on the handle portion of this is usually half the value from the top to the bottom. So in this particular case, if we look at this, 1018 is our top. We could go with this number up here at 1068, but I think that's just kind of a flyer. Our cup started over here at 1018, and we did have 1018 retests over here. I think 1018 is our top, so I'm going to take 1018 minus the bottom down here, a low of 482. Or I could take, because 482 again is another flag to the bottom side. I could take as a more precautious estimate of 512. Let's do that. Minus 512. And I'm going to divide that number in half. The result, wait, what? Let's try that again. 1018 minus, what did I say, 512? Yeah, 512. Okay, that's why. Divided by 2, and it's 253, right? So we're going to subtract 253 off the 1018, and that's the value that it's going to that it should be falling by. It's also the amount that you have to add to 1018 to see how much it's going to go by on the other side of the flag. So I'm going to write that down, 253, so I don't have to figure it out again. So minus the 1018 would put us down to 765 combined. So 765 is, I'm going to write that down real quick here, 765. That's going to be the point where, since we already broke past that, what was the other value that we had in here? 837. We already broke past 837, so it's a very strong likelihood now that we're going to see that retest of the number of 765 that I just read off to you. 765, if we come in here and we look at it, happens to be right at a Fibonacci retracement point that we've had from the past, which is going to be right here at 766. It's really darn close, and you can see at 766, which is this the bottom side of the black portion of no Fibonacci retracements, you can see that it's been tested multiple times throughout this process of going through this cup and handle. Even on the front side of the cup and handle, that 766 was an important value. So 766 is going to be the next testing point for this handle. We broke past it. The other side of this, get ready for the bottom side of this. It's tough to watch, but if you know what's going on, it makes it a little bit easier to know where we may be heading to. So we should see a pretty hard bounce off of 766. The other point that I would bring up here, and this is something that I've kind of talked about before. I know you guys have probably heard this, is that I wanted to see a double bottom before we start moving upwards. And I know nobody wants to see a double bottom. Who doesn't? Everybody wants to see a double bottom. Everybody wants double bottoms. I don't. Even 766 or 765 wouldn't be what I would consider to be a double bottom just yet. And in fact, if anything, it's almost as if we're creating a little bit of a head and shoulders type pattern. So we could see a fall to 766 and then see that actual bottoming out around a combined price of around maybe 526 that we tested off of before. Prepare yourselves. Prepare yourselves to suck it up. Realize that this is not over. It doesn't mean anything about being over or anything like that. Just know that, we always knew, I've said from the get-go that if the market goes down, we're going down with the market. Until those margin calls come rolling in, we're not going to see any change other than the fact of us just kind of following along with the market where a market goes. So, hold on. Take deep breaths, focus, breathe, do Lamaze if you have to. Whatever. I don't know how to do Lamaze. But yeah, we're going to be okay. And I'll come back and I will check the OBV. I know that was something you wanted me to check out, and I will check it out here in just a few minutes. But let's finish through the rest of the numbers. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see what we got going on here. Ape, AMC, and GME. Not on the list today due to low volume of most heavily traded stocks. SSR has not been tripped by AMC or Ape as far as I know. 2.53 for Ape, and AMC is at 515. Shares available to borrow. No change in the last hour. They did borrow a couple thousand shares that I haven't counted for the day, but I'm seeing about a little over 100,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. We have fees at 167.5%. Taking a look at the market. NASDAQ is now down 0.05. Dow Jones is down 0.17. And the S&P 500 is down 0.13. We have 3,983 decliners to 2,533 advancers. The market is heading down. Not like you didn't know. Ethereum Classic is currently showing down 1.61%. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing down 0.25. WTI is down 0.43. Mortgage-backed securities showing down right now 0.06 and 0.09. SPY is currently showing down 0.09. We may see an infusion of money from the mortgage-backed securities and seeing SPY starting to head up ever since that 12 or 13. Was it, what time was it that this was it 1303? Yeah, 1303 that they started dumping money out of the mortgage-backed securities. VIX currently up 2.04. VTI is down 0.16. VB down 0.6. Tesla's up 5.43. Amazon is down 0.88. Cinemark down 1.87. Doge is down 3.79. Bitcoin is down 1.71 at 22.5 a coin. GME is down 4.69. HYMC down 1.29. Hood is down 0.94. CS is down 14.54. Ape down 5.92 and AMC down 6.38%. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC is currently showing about $500,000 more inflow than outflow. 15.74 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after, what are we at now here? 245 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 25.05 million shares. So we are seeing a little bit of a volume pickup here. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares. As of right now, I would say that we're probably on pace for that, just barely. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 34.42, which is below average. Excuse me. On a 1 hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 24.98, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 21.92, which is oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.72, which is below average after having dipped twice below, actually 3 times today. Four times. 1, 2, 3, 4 times out, oversold 4 different times today. On Ape, there's approximately $2.4 million more outflow than inflow for the day today, with 13.97 million shares traded after 246 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 22.14 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I'm pretty sure that we're going to hit these numbers. It's just going to be really, really close to my 2040 prediction. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.64, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.93, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.99, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 28.23, signaling oversold. Do note, Ape has officially triggered a synthetic price failure. The lowest it's been now is 2.67. Let me just tell you how much that is. At 2.67, that is 20.5%, 20.54% down from $3.36. So it did officially trigger that synthetic price failure value. AMC also at 531 for our low right now puts us at 27.5% down. Very oftentimes, whenever we see more than 26% down, it tends to go for the 35% down mark before recovering. 35 to 40% down, somewhere right around there. That would be the next stopping point. So it's not very often that we see a turnaround point at 27%, although it has. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but it's less likely. Since the stock split, I'm actually going back in the numbers here and looking. Since the stock split, we've had one instance of it hitting more than 26% and then returning back to an upwards trend where it went down 28.7% from 725 down to 517. So just throwing that out there. More often than not, it's likely to hit a 35% retracement before turning around, 35 to 40%. In fact, I'm going back through since the split dividend. It's usually somewhere right around between 38 to 39% before seeing the reversal. We did have one time where we hit a 59.6%. Let's see here. What's next? Putting it on there and there. Okay, I can see what it is you guys are saying. Hopefully you guys are taking deep breaths. Bottoms, 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 calls wife. As of last night, Steven, yes. But do note that they usually tend to. Oh yeah. I forgot I was going to show OBV. We should take a look at OBV here real quick. Glenn wanted to see OBV on AMC, so give me just a second here, real fast. But the answer to your question, Stephen, is yes. But there's a little more added to that. Is that whenever it goes onto the threshold list, it's like a couple of days long. That it doesn't just drop off immediately because they want to make sure that that they're not just going in and out of failing to deliver. Yeah, all that stuff is old reporting now, Ruben. Yucca says KLF is gonna rock you. All right, I'm gonna check it out, man. I'll check it out. Let me pull up the OBV on AMC real quick here because I know I think it was Glenn wanted to see that real quick. So let me pull that out. I don't know if you guys, whenever you look at OBV on this, you should always do it on a daily time interval. I'm gonna have to hide the SPY on this real quick here. I'll just delete it. I don't know why that's all looking like that, but it is. I feel like I'm gonna delete some lines here. Oh, I know what that's from. That's when I was drawing out the SPY. All right, let's take a look at OBV here. I guess really, I mean, if I just wanted to show you just straight up OBV, it really wouldn't be difficult for me to just kind of post it up here and just say like, okay, well here it is. As a whole, like OBV, where is it at right now compared to like historicals? I don't know if this is how you want to see it or not, but if I were to just draw a line across this this page here, oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's see here. Let's do a horizontal line. There we go. There's your horizontal line for OBV in contrast to where we've been in the past. So in regards to price movement, you know, we could take a look at like this point in time right here and say like, okay, what's our holding value currently compared to say like this date back here on, well, let's look at December 21st. So current value on AMC versus the 21st. If we look at the price on the 21st, the closing price for the 21st was $5.30. We're currently at $5.29. So we're getting just as much holding right now, or thereabouts, for where we were back on the 21st of December. If that helps you any. Yep, OBV is holding strong. I mean, you can see it dips and then it rises and all that kind of good stuff, but I mean, that's not necessarily retail that may be doing the selling and the buying back and all that kind of good stuff. Some of it might be, but a lot of it's probably institutional movement. But for the most part, based off of where we're at in price, the amount of holding pressure that's currently holding at these prices is the same thing it was almost a month and a half ago. So yeah, it looks good. See you later. Love you. Let's see here. Roaster guy says, Casey, are they going down SPF 40%? It's very highly likely. It's not very often. I'll just say this. It's not very often. It's more often than not that once you break like 26, 27%, you typically see a 35 to 40 downwards momentum before seeing a turnaround point. So, you know, be ready for it. That's on AMC. Ape, on the other hand, has only gone down the 20, what did I say? 20, let me look at it again. 20.54%. So Ape could actually turn around. Still has turnaround points currently. Hasn't even hit a paper hand value yet. So the 21.5% point for Ape would be 2.637, and it hasn't even gotten to that price point yet. So it's not showing currently any signs of paper hands, and could turn around at any given point. But you know, watch for multiple tests of where it's gotten down to, which is 2.67. But it looks like for the most part everything's taking a pretty big hit right now. Stair stepping its way down. The next red line that you see on the page here is synthetic price, or I mean, a SSR trip at $5.15. Mountaineer in Florida says otherwise known as a ladder attack. I don't want to start any political rivalry in here, Barry. let's uh, let's avoid that if possible. It just brings up all kinds of like bad juju. To be honest, and to be very frank, Barry, Republicans are just as at fault for all of this as the Democrats are. So there is no political party that's not guilty of what it is that's going on right here, right? I think we could probably agree that that would be the case. There is no political party not responsible for what's happening right now. So, if you want to point fingers, we got four other fingers pointing right back at you kind of thing, you know what I mean? Sam says, but it's so much fun. You guys don't start. You're gonna regret it. You guys are gonna start fighting each other, and then it's not worth it. Yukon says, Casey, same ol by the Heavy is a song that is made for AMC. Same ol. Let me check it out. I'm getting no data here, guys. It looks like I'm getting buffered. And let me just check and see if there's anything I can do from my end. I'm pretty sure that I've got everything turned off already, so I don't think that there's anything on my end that I can do, but it does appear that everything's being buffered right now. Corey says, I voted for the Green Party. It's not my problem. Yeah, man. Hold on a second, Yukon. I gotta write down the same wool. I don't want to forget that. Um, I'm gonna look up down detector real quick here, guys, because I just want to see if there's outages starting to occur on the internet here. Looks like there was maybe a Twitter outage. When was that? It doesn't say. That's stupid. Looks like we got a little bit of some internet outages on a couple different things like Grinder and Crunchyroll. I have no idea what's. Somebody tell me what. Oh wait, I could just look this up. What's Crunchyroll? I have a feeling I'm gonna regret looking this up because that'd be like, probably just as bad as looking up Grinder. It's an American subscription video on demand over the top streaming service owned by Sony Group Corporation through a joint venture between Sony Pictures and Sony Entertainment Music Entertainment. Okay. I've never heard of Crunchyroll. I don't do the Crunchyroll. No Crunchyroll for me. Yeah, there's some little bit of stuff going on right now, but nothing major. Citadel has bumped up their usage to front run. Sorry, Casey. I'm on the back burner for internet usage because the hedge funds are switching positions mad dash. They're like mad dashing to switch positions. Crunchyroll is a get. Wow, DJ, that that came on strong from out of nowhere here. Oh man. That's funny. That's not what I looked up when I just looked it up right now, but if you say so. Plague says CS is taking heavy losses. Yep, 15% down for the day. Pretty hefty. Outages on PHUB. What's that? I have no idea what that is. I feel like he's trolling me here. Arby says you're going, not you are. You're saying you're going to see you're going to see a lot of internet outages when we run up. You're telling me. You're telling me I'm going to see a lot of internet outages. I tend to agree that might be the case. Batter says, are we hitting 5 today on AMC? I think no. Personally, I mean, this is not financial advice by any means, but I would say no because 515 is where SSR gets tripped. Very rarely are they going to trip SSR, like not back-to-back days, but every other day, and then try to continue to shoot for more than that. So I'm gonna probably say no on that one. But 515 is not that far off though. Thick saying reverse repo for today is 2.058 trillion with 101 counterparties, previously 2.059. Correct me if I'm not wrong, Thick, but is that not now 3 days in a row where we've had the reverse repo almost nearly identical numbers, but the counterparties changing? That sounds really, really identical. Break Nation Sports says bloodbath heading into the weekend tomorrow. Gotta love it. Somebody asked me about the Super Bowl earlier this morning, and I forgot to mention. I think I had a squirrel moment and just kind of moved on to something else without talking about it. But we have the Super Bowl this weekend, guys, and I am looking forward to it. I can't wait to see Kansas City beat the crap out of the Eagles. Just kidding. Don't know that's going to be the case because actually I used to be an Eagles fan and I don't really care one way or the other. It's a win for me. I would prefer to see Kansas City win though. I've been wearing this hat for over a year. So it's time. It's time for my team to win here, and they're a dang good team, and but I will be moving on to a new hat starting Monday. I can't wait to wear the new hat. It's going to be an exciting moment for me. The other funny thing too is when I walked into that Lids store when we were in San Antonio, uh, I walked up to a Kansas City Chiefs hat that looks just like, kind of similar to mine, and I looked at it and I was like, wow, that's really vibrant red. And I took my hat off and I put it next to. I probably should have taken a picture of it. This hat is gross. And I looked up at the guy that was standing there, the store clerk was or whatever you call him, the technician, the sales technician. And I was kind of holding both the hats in my hands, and I said, "Sir, I think you're selling fake hats here. This is not the Kansas City red that I have. I have an official Kansas City red hat right here." He just kind of gave me this look. I can't really quite describe it. It was more or less kind of like a moron kind of look. Moron slash disgust. I want to say those were probably the two looks that he was kind of giving off at the same time. And then I looked over at my wife, and she was just kind of like rolling her eyes. So I thought it was funny. Nobody else did. It's kind of gross. Um, Petro says everything is more vibrant in San Antonio. Wait, what? Bird Eye says this is weird info. Citadel Advisors LLC's top industries are fishing, hunting, and trapping. Sick '09. What does that mean? Hmm. Yeah, there's a strong possibility. They're only like 11 cents off from tripping it, so I don't see why not. We got about 3 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers again. That's the invested in most circa '09 is also agriculture. Interesting. Oh, section of industry. Okay. Because circa would be CIR, I think, not SIC. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. So basically, what you're telling me is they're starting to go long on commodities, which understandable. Hazel says, Casey, did you or your wife buy anything at the Riverwalk? I love the shops there. Yeah, we did. We bought a lot of stuff. Embro says, "Do you think we'll retest?" You know what, Embro, in regards to where we're going in price, and I don't know if it's going to be AMC or Ape exactly, but I would look at it more from a perspective of AMC and Ape combined, right? And I think AMC and Ape combined is going to be heading for $7.65, and perhaps bounce off of that. Now, what combination you have to make in order to get to 765, I don't know, but that would be my best guess is that that's what we're shooting for. Tony says, I'd love to see 65 cents again on 8 before the 14th for a double bottom. Oh, yeah. Yukon's talking about the whole Jill Biden thing. I didn't know who that guy was. I had no idea that was Kamala Harris's husband. I thought that was. Did you guys see that picture of Kamala Harris's neckline? What the heck's going on with that? I mean, the more I look at that, the more I go like, that was not Kamala Harris. And so I'm wondering, like, I know whenever they have like a State of the Union speech, they always pull one person. I forget what they call it, but they pull one person to throw in an undisclosed bunker someplace in case something should happen. And I'm starting to wonder, like, who was the undisclosed or who was the lucky recipient for being picked for that particular event, and could it potentially have been her, and that's why Maybe they had like some kind of a double in there. Corey says, Casey, I watched the Charles Ponzi documentary last night by Patrick Boyle. It's really good. I might have to check it out, man. I got so much stuff to watch and listen to. It's not even funny. Designated Survivor. Thank you, T. I couldn't remember what it was called. It was the Island Boys. Oh man. All right, so let's see what you guys voted for here. 225 votes. We've got Smokey the Bear winning out over Scruff McGruff and Schoolhouse Rockabill. Scruff McGruff coming in last. What is the deal, Scruff? Good old Scruffy losing the battle. Hmm. Very interesting. Well, you find out new stuff about the general populace all the time. I wouldn't have. I had no idea that Smokey the Bear was so much more popular. S'more popular. S'mores popular. DJ Quagmire says, Casey, I believe that the government is using more AIs to make fake interviews and press conferences. It's possible. I saw something not too long ago where they were showing like a side by side of Biden. But you know what anymore though, DJ is that I don't like even when you go and you review some of the stuff that people are showing you, uh, some of that might even be doctored, right? Like there's some people out there that are trying to convince people that things are fake by showing you fake things. So I don't even know what to believe anymore, man. The disinformation these days is so bad. Like you're getting it from everywhere, and it's just like I don't know what to believe. What's real? What's not real? It's kind of a little bit it's a little discouraging, right? Because you don't what's really the truth anymore. Should have closed the poll at 69% Smoky. he had a ways to go to get there though. Food Dog says McGruff wore the pervert overcoat, so hard no from me. Um, dude, like whatever happened to like the investigative PI, the PI, private investigator look? Like, is that not cool anymore? You're not a big Dick Tracy kind of fan, I guess. What's wrong, Food Dog? You don't like men in yellow coats? Hmm. T. McGee says we should look up random words on Urban Dictionary every day. Oh man, they do something like that on Ape Radio, and boy, I try to keep a little bit more kid friendly here, just in case. Moon says it was a mask. Her eyes were messed up also. I know. Well, it was more the eyelashes is what I was noticing. Moon, those eyelashes didn't look right. I mean, they were obviously fake, but I think that she probably would have had her eyelashes done way better than that mask was supporting. So there was something definitely going on with that mask. Um, yeah, I'm with you. And it's what it looked like. I mean, it really just looked. If you look at it, her right eye or the left eye on the TV screen looked like it had this like drooping eyelid or drooping, not eyelid, but drooping uh, eyelashes. Let me see if I can find a pic of it real quick here. Let's see what we get here. Images. Oh, well, see, this is the stuff that really kind of drives me nuts now because now when you look up images on the internet, the stuff that you're seeing doesn't look anything like the stuff that they showed us on the picture. So, this is like what I'm saying. Like you don't know what's real and what's not real anymore because everything that I'm seeing in these pictures right here all look fine. I don't see. It doesn't look she doesn't look bad in these pictures. All the pictures I'm looking at, she doesn't look bad at all. For example, let me just let me show you the difference here. Because I think this is not really important, and I know it's numbers time, but I just kind of want to like look at it real quick here with you guys. But look at the difference in some of these pictures. You've got this almost looks like the exact same pose here. This picture right here doesn't look anything quite like this picture. I feel like they look drastically different. Something's going on with the neckline, but the thing that I was really focusing on here was this eyelash right here kind of stood out to me as being kind of awkward or different or something. Not sure what exactly, but it just didn't look right. And then I guess I don't know, man. Some of these pictures that looks kind of normal to me. This looks normal. I don't know, man. I think sometimes we just maybe our minds are just programmed to not want to believe, or I don't know what the deal is, but some of this just doesn't. I mean, that doesn't look fake there. This image isn't very the quality image here is not very good, but I don't know. See, that looks pretty normal to me. Give me one second. I gotta answer a text message from. Hold on one second. All right. Let's take a look at these numbers. Lay off the mushrooms, Casey. I know, right? I know, man. I know. Glenn says breaking news: Casey covers VP's eyelashes in skating video. In an attempt to try and take the media off of talking about different priced AMC seating. They'll twist it back around. They'll be like, no. AMC investors start talking about Kamala Harris's eyelashes to avoid talking about the real topic of changed seating prices. Just wait, it's coming. It's right around the corner. I can feel the Motley Fool article already. It's like they're right in the middle of typing it out right now. I just gave them their article. They're gonna. I used to do that every once in a while. I'd say, oh, here's today's article post. Let's see if they put it up. Let's take a look at these numbers though, guys. We're already like 9 minutes past. All right. So long as the big tramp's not up on the screen, guys, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So hold those specific thoughts or comments or questions that are for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. No two-factor authentication message for you today as of right now because I just beat the clock on having to log back in. Sorry, I'm having to adjust one of my charts here to get back to where I was before. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on with Off Exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect Off Exchange to be about 64% when you add EDGX volume together with it. On AMC, as of right now, we're at 55.95%, and EDGX is at 11.96. The combined total, 67.91%. So we're about 3.91% higher than we should be by this time of the day. CHX volume starting to increase. It's at 0.41%. Hold on one second. And then let's see what we got going on here. Ape. 51.35% through off exchange on Ape, EDGX 8.69, combined total 60.04%. It's about 4% lower than what I would expect by this time of the day. CHX volume almost non-existent, and GME's CHX volume is half what it normally sees, a little less than half actually. HYMC CHX volume is also very low, 0.01%, hardly anything to even bat an eyelid at. Taking a look at Ortex data. Yeah, 680,000 shares borrowed so far for the day an hour ago, but now it's 899,000 shares. It's going to have the effect of increasing the short share interest of the free float a little bit to 22.62%. Cost borrow mins at 1.04, average 283.58, and max 358.94. Total amount of shares on loan decreased day over day by 2.7. Did I say decreased? Increased by 2.7 million shares. Ortex's estimated short share interest of the free float increased by 900,000 shares, according to their estimates. Taking a look, leaving the total amount of shares on loan at 178.65 million shares. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 3.66 million shares having been returned. It's now 3.79. It's going to have the effect of slightly lowering the estimated short share interest of the free float down to 7.42%. Cost borrow is at minimum is at 6.2, average 7.07, and max 8.93. Shares on loan for the day today is at 52.92 million shares. That is 4.8 million shares more share on loan today than there was yesterday. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call options sitting at $6 strike. What is going on with this? Do you guys see this up here? 3,700 contracts at a $1 strike for calls? What? Who's buying that and why? What is going on? Somebody needs shares really, really, really bad and they want to pay a premium for it, or what's the deal? Like, I don't understand that. Hmm. I mean, that's what it looks like. It's such a weird number. Okay. Move on, Casey. Move on. Total amount of volume at the highest strike for call is at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there was 39,000 contracts. There's now 44.5. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. There's 20.7 thousand contracts. An hour ago, there's now 25. I still don't understand why somebody would be doing that. It's 3.7. Is that 370,000? I can't do the math. Yeah, 370,000 shares. Hmm. Watch that number, guys. When we go into tomorrow, I'd be interested to see if there was any short or open interest that was or volume that's carried over into open interest for tomorrow. It'd be interesting to see what happens with that. Because to me, what that looks like right there is somebody's paying a premium to buy shares at $1. which I have no idea why they would. Whatever. I don't know. I spent way too much time on that already. Combined price of AMC and Ape currently at $7.97. We are teetering on the edge of a Fibonacci retracement support line. Breaking past that, the next line of support is going to be at $7.83. The number that we're looking to hit here, actually, I should probably draw it out on the page here. The number we're looking to hit was $7.65. Let me put a horizontal line. This is to complete the cup and handle pattern formation that I'm looking for. It's basically the bottom edge of this gap between two different Fibonacci retracements that I've got set up on the page here. So that's the number that the true cup and handle formation stopping point would be 765. So we'll watch and see if that happens or not. We already blew past the first temporary stopping point, which would have been 837. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME have not been on this list at all today, likely due to low volume. Still the case. SSR trips at $5.15 for AMC, Ape trips at 2.583. Ape is triggered for the day today. Shares available to borrow is 0. No shares having been loaned or returned in the last hour. Fees were last seen at 167.5%. NASDAQ is down 0.52, Dow Jones is down 0.47, the S&P 500 is down 0.5. We have 4,256 decliners to 2,280 advancers. The market is declining over advancing currently. Duh. Ethereum Classic is down 3.15. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing down 0.26. WTI or oil is showing down 0.77. Our mortgage-backed securities are down now anywhere from 0.25 to 0.27. And the SPY is down 0.49, 0.5, 49, 48, 45, 49. VIX is up 2.65. VTI is down 0.56. VB is down 0.97. Tesla up 4.79. Amazon is down 1.32. Cinemark down 3.22. Doge is down 5.23. Bitcoin is down 2.4224 a coin. GME is down 5.5. HYMC is down 1.81. Hood is down 1.72. CS is down 15.64. Ape is down 7.32. And AMC is down 8.57. We currently have more outflow than inflow for the day today. We have by about $200,000 more inflow than outflow. 18.08 million shares traded so far after 289 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 24.39 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million. Looks like we're going to hit it on a 4-hour time interval. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.05, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 21.7, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 17.51, heavily oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 26.09, signaling oversold. And printing a TD9. And getting ready to hit SSR. Taking a look at Ape, we have approximately 2.7 million dollars more. Wait, yeah, $2.7 million more outflow than inflow. 15.95 million shares traded so far for the day today. It looks like this one's going to be closer though. 290 divided by the 290 minutes of trading so far. We're on pace for 21.45 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested 20 to 40 million shares. It's going to be close. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.73, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.62, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.77, which is signaling over sold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.45, signaling oversold. Lots of oversold signals going on right now. Holy moly. Look at that ape. Oh, you can't see it. Look at that ape. They just dropped it from 2.71 down to 2.65 to just get it that much closer. It looked to me like they tried in one. It looks like the way you can see the volume. There's 384,000 shares traded in that 1 minute. It looks to me like they were trying to just do a quick dive down for tripping that SSR there. Oh, wait. No. SSR is at 2.583. It's way down here. Okay, yeah, but they were still diving down, trying to get that down there though. That was a quick dive. Let's move that up just a tad. Man, that was a quick dive they did on that one. Still holding pretty strong though. The support at that 20% down point where the white line is there. With that, I can see what you guys are writing. I'm going to start with Glad Hand Deb. Deborah is saying, love Saturday Night Live skits on presidents. Tendies Plus Plus says, I'll bet Steve Jobs rolled over in his grave when Hunter's laptop was more popular than his first computer. Michael Conley says, they keep walking us down. This has to end someday. I agree. It moves crazy like that, Steven. You're not wrong. Deb says, Casey, I can't look at it literally. I understand. It's for some people it is tough to watch. It doesn't really bother me. I feel like we've seen so much of this that it really just, I don't know. For me, it's like conditioning, really, honestly. Like, I mean, I know that we're going to see some really tough fall in prices when it does start ripping upwards, if you've done your research and you know what it is I'm talking about in regards to which way price, or how price moves and so violently in different directions during an actual squeeze. I feel like this is kind of conditioning. It gets you ready for just seeing crazy amounts of volatility and price movement going both up and down. No, I don't think that's the problem, Woodstock. I really don't. I don't think that's the problem at all. That's what it's looking like, AA Ron. It's what it's looking like right now, anyways. Yeah, I've played the free fallen one from Tom Petty a couple times. Hey, AA Ron, I don't ever expect anybody to be here all day long. That's it's nutty. Who would do this all day long? only insane person. Oh, Deb saying Casey is because I broke my glasses. Oh, okay, I got you. Well, it is tough for some people to watch, though. Some people just can't take it. You're not wrong. I mean, I'm saying your situation sounds different, but some people just can't watch it. Grant says, I tell my wife green is good and red is good if everyone else is on the SPY is going down too. And I would tend to agree with that. I'm almost positive, Deb, that I've played "Hit Me with Your Best Shot" before, because I think I even know who requested it. Michael Conley says if they don't trigger SSR today, that will be back-to-back dumping us until right before triggering SSR. Man, that was so close. 516 is what they got it to. And what do I got for SSR? 515. Yep. It was so close. One penny. And then it just triggered a TD9, which means it should reversal. Watch for like a really strong hard push. What might end up happening here, guys, is you'll see a little bit of a bounce back up. They'll kind of consolidate for a little bit, and then they'll do like one last hard push down to hit it just before some point. Probably leading before the power hour. I only play one song a day, Jeff, and usually the reason for that is because usually, not always. Sometimes I do kind of throw in a secondary song, but usually I only play one song a day, and the reason for that is if I'm going to get some kind of content strike, and it's usually for some kind of royalties. Maybe the court system's hung up on some kind of royalties issue on a song or an artist or something like that. It's not very often, but if I do get some kind of content strike, I want to know which artist it is. And if and it does tell me which artist it is, but I'd rather not, I'd rather avoid or have less risk by playing the least amount as possible. So I only do one per day, and then that way, if something happens, I know stay away from that artist, and and then I know. But I have less of a chance of getting a content strike of some sorts that's going to cause it to where people can't see the video in the future. I haven't, Steven, I haven't even got. I've got so many movies and so much music. I do have a working weekend this weekend, though. I think, Steven. So this weekend is going to be one of those weekends where I'm going to have a chance to do some of the extra things that are on my list to do. So I'm going to try to get to some of that stuff this weekend because it's not just you. Yukon's got some music he sent to me that I haven't listened to either. Barry says, I'm going to need to chop a lot of firewood to release all this pinned up frustration. Yeah, I'm going to be breaking out the chainsaw later tonight after I get off here and be cutting up some wood myself. We got the chainsaw back last night. It's in good working order. Found out what the problem was. Found out that I shouldn't have probably burned my fingers off a couple years ago in an attempt to try and catch a hot engine. Yeah, man, I never thought in a million years that I would. I feel like I'm pretty safe with a chainsaw. And I thought I'll never hurt myself with a chainsaw. And then how do I hurt myself? I burn it. I burn my hands. I didn't cut my hands. I burned myself. It wasn't even on. Tendies Plus Plus says, "I'm so glad I have a place in this movement." That's kind of like, you know, one of the things that I've thought about from the past Tendies Plus Plus, and this is probably like a terrible person to be using because I know like there's this like huge thing against Christopher Columbus and all that kind of stuff, but I'm old school, so I forget that Christopher Columbus isn't popular anymore, so I say it anyways. But I think back to like Christopher Columbus and somebody who's like maybe documenting, what they're doing as they're driving, as they're sailing across the ocean, and I think back to that and I go like, uh, how cool to be like if somebody's documenting everything, they go like Joe did this today, or Yukon did this today, or Food Dog did this today, and This is the documentation of everything it is that we're going through here, and you're writing your book. You're writing in the book of history, and it's forever going to be here. So everybody gets to see all the funny stuff that you're saying, um, see how you felt. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Normal Cat says Christopher Columbus isn't popular anymore. No, it was like I feel like he's gotten like the whole Me Too movement kind of going after him, or whatever movement it is. He's been culture canceled or cancel cultured, whichever it is. And I say angry because, you know, I say angrily because I feel like I was either lied to by my teachers, or the teachers today are lying to my kids, right? And I don't feel like maybe either one lied. I just think that it's just that our culture has decided to cancel anybody who had participation in anything having to do with whatever it was that was happening back in those days. And so, I don't know. It just makes me angry. It makes me angry because, it. I just don't think that you can make a person bad because of the fact that, and yeah, sure, what they were doing was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. But it was also just something that happened back in those days. It's neither right nor wrong. It was something that happened. It's like, I guess the way that I would refer to it as is it's like today, perhaps like we drive around gasoline cars, right? We drive around gasoline cars all over the place, hurting the planet with pollution. And somewhere 100 years or 150 years from now, everybody's going to look back at us and go like, those bastards drove gasoline cars, or maybe it's 300 years from now. Somewhere in the future, somebody's going to look back on us and say like, those assholes. They made our acid rain that we have to deal with on a daily basis. And it's like, none of us really think about the fact that we're driving around gasoline vehicles that are killing our future for our kids or our future people down the road. Nobody's thinking about that. You're just living in the moment, doing what it is that everybody else is doing. And I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong. It's what it is. And it makes me angry because we can't really judge people I mean, we can, but you have to take into consideration the idea that things were different. Things were different, and you have to weigh them by the differences. You can't weigh them by the same today's standards. It was wrong. What they did was wrong. We know that. But I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm saying, pirate. To get on a ship to sail into the unknown took balls the size of cantaloupes. That's what I'm saying. I feel like you got to recognize that part of it. And it's epic, right? It's what we're doing right here is cantaloupe sized balls, diamond. So I guess that's the part that I'm focusing on. I don't know. My wife just brought some food home for me, so I'm gonna go take my last break of the day here, guys, and reflect on my usage of Christopher Columbus as I go burn some gasoline in a chainsaw afterwards, and the people from the future can look back on this and be like, that asshole Casey burning that gasoline. So I know it's not the same thing, guys. I know it's not. I know human atrocities and me burning gasoline aren't the same thing, but you know where I'm going with it and what I mean, or at least I hope you do, because I know what was happening back in those days was wrong. But anyways, I'm gonna sign out. I'm gonna go to break, eat my food. I'll see you guys back here at 2:10. We'll do some movie trivia, and I'll see you guys in a bit. No, Yucca Frida, I had her get. She went to Costco, so I asked her to grab me a chicken, one of the chicken. I forget what they're called. Chicken bakes? Yeah, chicken bake. So I'll see you guys in a bit. Hey, El Gato, your birthday's today, right? Is it today or was it yesterday? It's today. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure because I got it written down on my board here, and I just wanted to make sure that I didn't forget it yesterday. Cool. I just want to make sure. Cool, man. I'll be back in a bit. Happy 57th birthday in case you don't hear it in the toast later.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Nice to be in orbit.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight in the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
3, 2, 1, 0, 0. Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
All right, I'm back. Let's see what we got going on here. Well, it looks like we triggered the SSR for AMC for the day today. Getting a little bit of price increase going on here with Ape. All right, let's see what we got. Actually, shoot, I forgot something. I'll be right back. I gotta go grab something real quick. All right, I'm back. I had to grab a beer because I'm out of tequila, and my wife said she was gonna pick some up for me on her way home later. So I gotta crack open a beer here, do a little toast before we take a look at the numbers. All right, beer cracked open. Pantheon, good to see you. Let's do a little toast here first to El Gato and his birthday. And happy birthday, man! I never. Sometimes when you're toasting to something that's like bad, and then when you're toasting something good, I'm never quite sure like how to segue one into the other. And so, El Gato, please forgive me if you're listening to this. Happy birthday to you, and I hope you have a wonderful birthday today. But I gotta say this one thing too, to all the people who are hurting in the rest of the world that on due to some of the earthquakes that occurred, and you know honestly I can't remember where it was. Was Afghanistan? It wasn't. Where was it? It was shoot, I can't remember where it was. Hold on a second here. I'm really bad geographically. Turkey and Syria. So to those in Turkey and Syria, you know, to the people who are hurting over there, guys, and I know that the U.S. has I think the U.S. has offered some help, and I hope that they accept. Um, I'm sure everybody would be willing to help out. I'm sure if they could, however they can, and because nobody wants to have to go through tragedy like that. So Afghanistan is always hurting. Yeah, no kidding. But to those that are in Turkey and Syria, may they get through that and as best as they possibly can, because that's really a bad situation. So, um, cheers, guys. Yeah. um, it's, it's so hard doing toast and stuff like that because I don't feel like that's not like something I really want to drink to. You know, it's like it's devastating. But you know, I feel bad for him, man. I really wish. I think one of the things that I'd love to do when this is all said and done is I'd like to be able to travel to be able to go help people places in like other countries where you know crap like that's going down, and you know just maybe help out however you possibly can, kind of thing. Just I don't know, so much devastation. But let's take a look at the numbers. Starting with me telling you that I can't see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal comments, thoughts, or questions for me specifically until after you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Moving a couple screens around. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange for AMC, we've got 56.33% going through there. And EDGX has 12.12. I would expect about 56% by this time of the day. It's 68.45 on AMC. That's about 2.45% higher than it should be. Man, these beers really give me like big time indigestion. Excuse me. Oh man, I can't drink beer like I used to. Off exchange for Ape is at 52.25. EDGX is at 7.65. Combined totals 59.9. It's about 6%, 6.1% lower than it should be. CHX volume is pretty low on that one as well. GME CHX volume is 0.14 when the 30-day average is 0.38, so low. And HYMC has almost non-existent CHX volume. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago, there was approximately 899,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.09 thousand shares. That's going to increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 22.64%. Cost to borrow min is at 1.04, average 286.13, and max at 358.94. Shares on loan is at 178.65 million shares. Day over day, that's up 2.7 million shares. And Ortex is estimating that about 900,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 3.79 million shares having been returned. That's still the same case, leaving that estimated short share interest of the free float at 7.42%. Cost to borrow min is at 6.2, average 7.07, and max at 8.93. Shares on loan day over day increased by 4.8 million shares to 52.92 million shares on loan. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of volume in calls so far for the day-to-day has been at a $6 strike with 44.5 thousand contracts. It's now 55.9 thousand contracts. And puts at a $5 strike, highest amount of volume went from 25,000 contracts to 32.3. The volume on those $3 or $1 contracts on the calls have gone up to 3,894 contracts. Something weird's going on there. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we're at $7.93. Thanks to the guys this morning on letting me change my numbers because I thought I was going to be safe even at the 850, but I'm glad they let me change it because I was really trying to target $9 for a closing price on AMC and Ape by the end of the day. So I was going to swing on either side of that 9 by $1.50. We all pretty much chose price predictions that were really close to 750, and as of right now, we're all in the money or getting a point for tomorrow. But the combined price is 793. We did find a little bit of support there at 783. 765 is the number they've got drawn out here for the bottom side of the cup. So we got down to at least 20 cents away from seeing that number. Currently, we're kind of almost double bottoming off the bottom of 781 right now. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME have not been on this list all day long, likely due to low volume. Still the case. SSR did trip for AMC for the day today, so it's now on at $5.15. Ape would have tripped at 2.583, but we have not seen that happen yet. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they did return some shares earlier, and then borrowed about 2,000 of them, and the ETFs still remain at 39,000. Fees are 167.5, same thing we saw from earlier this morning. NASDAQ is down 0.91, Dow Jones is down 0.72, and the SP 500 is down 0.79. Our markets are so far looking down for the day compared to the rest of the world. And I don't know if we're going to lead the way or not. We'll see what they do overnight. But we currently have 4,541 decliners to 2,028 advancers. This is almost looking like a hot lava fire pit right here because it is looking pretty nasty. Taking a look at the Ethereum Classic, it's down 6.39%. It's starting to break the wedge here, guys. We're getting a little bit of momentum here, driving it outside of a wedge that started back on 111. So almost nearly a 1 month long wedge, starting to break to the bottom side here. DXY is down 0.18. WTI or oil is down 1.78. Mortgage-backed securities ended up finishing down around 0.28 to 0.32, and SPY is down 0.75. VIX is up 4.13 at 20.44. VTI is down 0.82. VB is down 1.14. Tesla is up 3.33. Amazon is down 1.58. Cinemark down 3.1. Doge is down 7.94. Bitcoin is down 4.34 at 21.9K a coin. Absolutely starting to trend downwards here. Watch for liquidity, or not liquidity, but collateral. Watch for collateral to be pulled out of Bitcoin to continue to keep the market flowing. That's one of the last places that I think that their collateral's held at, and seeing that drop down to that 13 range was kind of like where I expected the end of the collateral to be at. GME is down 6.02. HYMC is down 2.22. Hood is down 2.53. CS is down 15.78. Ape is down 4.7, and AMC is down 9.8%. Inflow versus outflow for the day today is about $1 million more in inflow than outflow for AMC. We have approximately 23.05 million shares traded so far, with 37 minutes left to trade here, which means we've been trading for 353 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 25.4 million shares by the end of the day today. That's right within that range of 20 to 40 million I suggested in the pre-market. On the 4-hour time interval, hold on a second. I didn't want to burp right in you guys' ears. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.04, which is below average, almost signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 20.15, which is oversold. 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 16.75, which is pretty heavily oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.19, which is below average. Let's see. Looks like there's some news. Hold up. I'm going to read that here in a minute. On Ape, let's see here. We've got more outflow than inflow by $2.3 million. Volume is at 20.20 million shares so far for the day today. We did get that end of the day volume that I was expecting to see. After 354 minutes of trading, Ape is on a pace to hit 22.25 by the end of the day today. That's going to be right within that 20 to 40 million I suggested. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.07, which is slightly below average. A 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.07, which is below average. 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.49, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.84, which is average. Hold on a second. My wife just sent me a message. I'm not sure where she got it from, but it looks like a tweet. But it says, imagine if Bob Ross and Gordon Ramsay had swapped professions. The chicken is raw, but that's okay. We can cook it a little more. It'll be our secret little accident. And then you got, does this tree look like a fucking happy tree? Does it? Man. Yeah, that would be interesting to see. That wouldn't really fit too well together, wouldn't it? Now, let me read through this little tidbit over here that popped up on the news. Where did it go? There it is. This is really kind of odd. So I'm reading through this because I don't want to read this out loud because this is I think this is I know where they're going with this and they're trying to scare the crap out of us. And I'm not and this is in reference to the Michael Burry tweet that went out. I don't think that was supposed to be directed at us, but they're throwing it in our direction. So I'm just going to kind of explain to you guys real quickly here. This is going to be a topic, probably a topic that you hear about. And I'm doing a little bit of investigating, but I don't think we have anything like this attached to AMC. But he tweeted out something about the meme stocks need to look into what a death spiral convertible is, and I don't think that has anything to do with AMC whatsoever. So if you hear people talking about death spiral convertibles, just tell them to go kick rocks. Yeah, Jabib says Burry is grouping AMC and GM. I don't think it's really him necessarily, but we are part of that's. See, that's been a long time issue that a lot of people have been discussing about is the idea that we should have never been grouped in with a lot of those other meme stocks because they weren't the same thing. And so one of the thought processes a long time ago was well, if you group us into negative. Yeah, Pantheon says, Casey, this is not related to AMC. I was looking it up while I was on break, Pantheon, and I was actually looking at our bonds and whatnot. I know it's not related to AMC, but which is why I was saying people can just go tell anybody who's talking about these death spiral convertibles, go tell them to kick rocks. You don't know what the hell they're talking about. Here you have Benzinga who's trying to scare people because the article starts off with saying, talking about GME and AMC. We're not a part of that. And so, yeah, just especially GME because they already paid off their debt. So, Benzinga, go take a hike, man. You suck balls. Go suck some huevos, Benzinga. It's just ridiculous. It's just silliness. They're really trying to. You can see that the media attempts to try and dissuade people from being excited or happy about AMC whatsoever, just absolutely through the roof right now. ChatGPT is faux AI. It's riddled with flaws. One of the things I ran into the other day, and I think I mentioned this, was I gave it a very simple question with like I gave it seven numbers, seven data sets, right? I had seven specific numbers, and I asked it to give me the median price. and it spit out the median price, and it was not correct. And I said, wait a minute here, that's not right. So I pulled out a calculator and ran it twice just to make sure. And I was like, that's not the right answer. And so I told ChatGPT that it was wrong, and it said, you're right. Sorry for being inaccurate. Your number is correct. And I was just like, are you kidding me? Like you can't tell me what the median price is between like 7 different numbers. That's like, it seems pretty simple. Should be able to calculate that pretty easily. So I've been running into more and more really faulty things that I've been catching that are wrong. In fact, I guess there was something that happened with not Chat GPT, but there was another AI, I think, for Google or so, I can't remember. No, for Facebook, I think it was. And on its release date, they were having it present itself, and apparently it said that it gave some wrong information about it said the James Webb Telescope was the first one to find or see a planet outside the U.S. solar system, or not U.S. solar system, outside this solar system, and that was actually incorrect information. Um, a lot of people in the community were kind of upset with the fact that it was completely wrong information. It's a bunch of cockles censored content. That's what it is. They can go suck some cockles. That's right. That's exactly right. I found that to be pretty discouraging though when I asked it a simple question. I just didn't have at the time I didn't. Well, I guess I could have pulled it out on my phone. Why did I choose to use Chat GPT? Oh, I know why. I was actually trying to get the Chat GPT. I gave it 7 digits, right? Seven numbers, and I wanted it to give me tell me if there was a combination of any of the two numbers that would come to a certain sum. And it would say no, there are no 2 digits or any combination of digits that would give you a certain sum. But it said um, why can't I think of what I was saying? Um, the median number of them was said number, right? And so I was like, well, no, it's not. That's not right. It wasn't even what I was asking for in the first place. Even though it was giving it to me, I was asking for something completely different. So then I started to sit there and think. I was like, oh, great. Well, maybe I'm not even getting the right answer from the original question. But yeah, it was just weird. Getting a nice little bump up on Ape here towards the end. Oh, never mind. I was looking at the live feed, and the live feed was backwards. My bad. I need to hit live on your stuff, Casey. Oh, wait. Movie trivia. Movie trivia. It's 2:34. Holy crap! I gotta hurry. I gotta hurry because we gotta go back to the back of the big tramp. Oh no, that's tomorrow. That's tomorrow. Okay. Whew, whew. All right, but I am still a little late here, so go ahead and hit ready, guys, or hit live. Hit live now for movie trivia, and then we'll get this started here in just a minute. All right, ready and live. Here we go. The Big Lebowski is the movie. Hopefully, I got you guys some good questions for you today. I don't know. We'll see. All right, here we go. First question. In the opening scene, the dude wrote a check for how much to buy half and half cream? $0.69 is correct by censored content. Nice. All right, Next question. What day of the week can't Walter drive on? Saturday by El Gato. El Gato. It's happy birthday, dude. You're getting points on your birthday even? What the heck? Very nice. Very nice, very nice. Ah, no, he beat you, censored content. You were second, though. Next question. The dude goes to the Big Lebowski's house in order to seek reimbursement for his soiled rug. Brandt shows him a number of awards that Mr. Lebowski has received. Which city presented him with the key to the city? Pasadena by censored content is correct. Somebody wants to win the week, I think. Let's see here. I think everybody could get the rest of the points, and I don't think anybody could beat them. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see here. The next one. The dude is relaxing in his apartment, listening to recordings of bowling tournaments. Which president does he have on a poster of on his wall? Wrong, pirate. Nice try. Nixon is correct by censored content. Pirate. That was a little bit, little sus right there. Little sus right there. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. He was trying to beat me to the question there. Yeah. All right, next one. After the chief of police of Malibu hits the dude in the head with a cup, what does the dude call him? Fascist is correct. Not hot cock. No, it's hawk. Hawk Koch. Hey, look, El Gato got censored content on one of these. It's all right. We all know that censored content works for the Monty police up in what do they call them? What do they call what's the equivalent to the FBI in Canada? Or the CIA? No, CIA. What would be the equivalent to the CIA in Canada? Because now we know censored content works for the CIA. He's got this like ultra fast internet speed. Hose bags. Oh man, I would almost give you a point for that censored content, except for the fact that you already have too many damn points. That's pretty funny. That is really funny. Hose bags. I love that. Um, all right, next question. CIA. Jeff Hamill gets a point. Oh man, that's Jeff. That's worth a point. Oh man, I'm definitely giving a point for that one. CIA. All right, next one. What is the dude's only form of identification? Oh man. Oh, censored content, like typing like a mad mofo over there. Ralph's card is what I got down for an answer, which I think it's kind of interesting. Some of you guys are saying library. The answer I saw was Ralph's card, so it makes me kind of wonder if library was the. I don't know. Ralph's card is the answer that I saw. What was the dude's favorite drink? White Russian, if because that's the best that Yucca could. He was like leaving out like vowels just so he could get that in there. I'm giving it to you, Yucca. I'm giving it to you because you know you tried, and I like people who try. Uh, that was good trying effort there. That's the best looking spelling for White Russian I've ever seen in my whole life. Wit Rushg. It's almost like you spelled it out in Russian. Wit Rushgig. Hmm. The dude tells Maud that he was a roadie for which band? Metallica for Dan Drexler is correct. Nice one, Dan. Let's see here. After the dude's car was found, the cops only found tapes from this band. Name the band. Dan Drexler for the win. CCR is right. Clear Credence Clearwater. Or no, Clear. I can't even say it right. Credence Clearwater Revival. CCR is correct. I tried to say it from memory and I didn't even say it right. Man, I totally screwed that up. Yeah, Credence Clearwater Revival is correct. And next one. Did I beat him? Tendies plus plus says, did I beat him? Nope, Eagles. It's not right. Next one. Let's see here. Oh yeah. Last question. Can you guys guess the answer? If you can guess the answer, you get 2 points. Nope, that is not the answer. Dirty Undies by Barry Electronics is correct. Yep, that's the one. That was the answer. The question was, what was in the suitcase that Walter threw to the kidnappers? And the answer was Walter's dirty undies. All right, let me tally up the points here, guys, and I'll tell you who the winner for the week is, in case you didn't know. Let's see here. Censored content with 5 points. El Gato, congratulations on your first point of the week and happy birthday. I'm really happy to see that you got one. Jeff Hamill, congratulations on your point today. Adding to your points. Yucca Frida, congratulations on your first point of the week. Dan Drexler, congratulations on your first. I feel like those might be your first 2 points ever. So congratulations on those. You came in a little. You started the week out too late, but there's always next week. And then Barry Electronics, congratulations on your 2 points with that amazing guess there. That may have secured you a special spot on the board for the day today. Coming in third place, we have Preacher. Preacher with 4 points for the week. Congratulations, Preacher, on third place. Our runner-up, Barry Electronics with 6 points. Congratulations, Barry, on second place. And our returning reigning champion, Censored Content, with 15 points for the week. Congratulations. Nice job. Way to go. Way to beat out the week there. Reigning champion back on the leaderboard. Congratulations, sir. Your name will go down in the history books tomorrow. Yep, it's Thursday. We're not doing the back of the Big Tramp till tomorrow. We don't have trivia tomorrow, and we do the back of the Big Tramp tomorrow. Yeah, I know. I was thinking it was Friday when I came back earlier. I don't know why. I think I'm trying to rush the weekend for the Super Bowl. I don't know about you guys, but I kind of want to see that a little bit. Chat James says, "Man, look at this. Yeah, what the jump up off a tripping SSR happens all the time. It's pretty common." Yeah, good old censored content. The hose bags from the CIA. Oh man. I'm gonna tell that joke. I'm gonna tell that joke tonight to my wife, or maybe even my son. I might say, "Hey, you know what you call the CIA in Canada? CIA." It's like that's like the best dad joke ever. 'Cause it's literally like the answers in the question. Oh man, I love it. Ayo says SSR has permission to print shares. That's right. Filling all those end of the day orders. Getting best execution. That's what we're going. That's what's happening right here. This right here. This right. I feel like I could talk to a kid in the future when I'm old in an old folks home somewhere. I'll be like, "Son, do you see this picture right here? This is what we call best execution back in the day." Oh man. Yucca says Casey KLF is gonna rock you. I'll check it out, man. I'll check it out after the live stream's over. Uh, hey. Oh, it's okay. I got it, Elgato. I'll try to say it right from now on. It's hey, 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 CIA, hey. I got it. Thank you for correcting me so that I can make sure I get that right before I try to tell the joke again. My kidneys are shot from 48 years of driving the big tramp, Papa Casey. uh, Red Dog saying, give us a forecast for tomorrow's price. I mean, honestly, I really think they're going to try and push price right back up to $6. I kind of thought that was going to happen today, obviously from the title, Max Payne is 6, time to move up. But obviously that wasn't the case. But I have full faith that they'll be trying to move this back up to $6 by tomorrow. So unless if we wake up tomorrow morning and the options are at 550 for Max Payne, then that's a different story. Then they'll probably just be trying to close us out at 550, which is probably a really strong possibility considering how much it moved down today. A lot of $6 call options kind of went in. Were created this in volume. Were created today, so. Watch it end up being 550 for tomorrow for Max Payne, and if that's the case, then we'll probably be closing out the week at 550. Yep, you're welcome. That's more Monday. I see the failure to delivers. We had like a 3-day idle period, Jeff. So we're really looking like Monday is the day that it's going to really kick in for needing to return shares or divvy out shares. Deliver, I guess, is the correct terminology. Wait. Redrift says, saw a tweet about AMC dissemination news dump at 4 p.m. today, and then tweet was deleted shortly. Anyone know what it was about? I think those show up in my Discord no matter what, even if they're deleted. Let me see if I see it. I see nothing. I see share the movie Magic Love this Valentine's Day by treating the movie date in your life with sweet gift of AMC Theaters gift card. It was tweeted at 2:20. Come on, Thor Bladed. Really? It's like, I mean, you got a freaking tool on your name, even. Even. Uh, yeah, that's cool, man. I just hold you to a higher standard. That's all. I hope you can feel the disappointment in my voice. I really am, but uh, see, Red Dog's throwing out the right questions. Oh, really? What kind of breed? That's like what a real human being says back to somebody when they say, "I just had an exciting moment," and then and then here I am over here just focusing on the, like the fact that I had to, the fact that I had to like say something, and then Red Dog comes out with the real, what kind of puppies? I'm still sitting over here just pissed off. Combined price of AMC and Ape right now is at $8.15. We do have a pretty good looking double bottom that we got going on the minute chart here off of that 783, which isn't too far off the 65. It's about what is that, 16 cents lower. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it comes back down and retests that or not, especially tomorrow. Could you even see that? I don't even know if you guys could see that. Hold on a second. You couldn't even see that. Sorry. There we go. Bill Creek, cheers. Whoa, 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 pirate. Dang. Too far. You know, I think I'm pretty sure I played that song one day when known as Big Brown Beaver. Pretty certain I played it. I mean, they're puppies, pirate. You can't say that about puppies. You guys want to know? All right, I'm going to tell you guys two jokes because we don't have much time left here and it'll probably take up the right amount of time. Uh, Here we go. You guys are going to hate me after these. These are jokes that I love so much because it really triggers people big time. And that's what I love about them so much. How do you get a cat to bark? Anybody? Oh, you give up? Okay. Let me tell you. You throw it in the freezer overnight, and in the morning you run it through the bandsaw. Oh, shoot. I said it backwards. Ah, dang it. It was supposed to be the dog. How to get a dog to meow? I said it backwards. It's how you get a dog to meow. Meow. I totally said it backwards. It's how do you get a dog to meow? I said cat to bark. That's all right. I got a cat to bark one for you too. Here we go. How do you guys get a cat to bark? How do you get it? How do you get a cat to bark? You douse it in gasoline and you light it on fire. Woof. Look at the trigger. I told you it was going to trigger you guys. I warned you in advance it was going to trigger you. It is just supposed to be funny. It's not really. I don't really feel that way about cats and dogs. Yes, I did mash the two jokes together. I was talking about dogs and then went to cats and should have not. I should have just stuck with the dogs part of it. But really, the important part here to remember, guys, is that none of you are thinking about feeding puppies to sharks right now. You're thinking about dogs and bandsaws. So that's the important part about this is that Bobblehead Ross is going to make everything here better.
Anything that you try and you don't succeed, if you learn from it, it's not a failure.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It is that time of the day, guys. Unfortunately, you're going to leave hating me, and that's all right. Tomorrow's another day. You'll feel better after you fall asleep and wake up and go, it was just a joke. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is our last trading day of this week before we go into the Super Bowl. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your cats out for a walk. Would I say that if it wasn't something that I meant? Your animals like getting outdoors too. I do love animals. But above all else, guys, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
It got us on a mountain top. Was burning like a silver flame. The summit of beauty and love. And Venus was her name. She's got it. Yeah, baby, she's got it. Well, I'm your Venus. I'm your fire at your desire. Well, I'm your Venus, I'm your fire at your desire.
a shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy